You're in the show.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Jose Avendaño. I'm with Affordable Homes of South Texas. Welcome to the 22nd Annual Home Buyer Fair. This year, the fair is being held virtually due to COVID-19 pandemic. We didn't want you to miss out on an important information on different forms of assistance. If you are looking to purchase a home during this time, for our viewers, stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. También vamos a presentar la información en español después del segmento de inglés, so no se nos vayan. Today we're with Esther Guerra from TNB Mortgage to talk about mortgage basics. Good morning, Esther.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Esther. Can you please give us a little background about yourself?
Sure. My name is Esther Guerra. I am the Vice President and Mortgage Sales Manager for TNB Mortgage. We are a division of Texas National Bank. I have been in the mortgage industry, banking industry about 6 years, but in the mortgage industry, I've been, not to give away my age, but I have been in it for about 25 years. And so have, have seen a lot of changes throughout the years, right? Where requirements were eased up a little bit and we're not as strict, to going back to requirements and regulations getting strict. Of course, after the 2008 mortgage crisis that happened. Mortgage is my passion. I love what I do. I love helping people get into their homes, making home ownership, dreams come true for first-time home buyers, or people that want to build a home as well. So that's a little bit of my history.
Thank you, Esther. So let's get into the mortgage basics.
Sure.
You know how sometimes buying a home can be very stressful, especially for first-time home buyers.
Definitely.
So, can you tell us some about what would be their first step when they're looking into buying their first home?
Sure. So really the first step that somebody wants to take, when you're looking into wanting to buy a home or build a home, right, is getting to know how much do you qualify for, right? Because most of the time, a lot of people are out there looking and they really like a home, and they're already making an offer, but when they get to the mortgage company that they choose, they find out that they don't qualify for that amount. So the first thing someone should do is get pre-approved, right? Get pre-approved. Find out how much you qualify for first.
Okay. So, of course, getting pre-approved is very important. But can you tell us about the difference between being pre-approved and what is it called? The
Pre-qualified?
Pre-qualified letter, yes. Because a
Sure.
lot of people, especially first-time home buyers, they think once they're pre-approved, they're already approved for the mortgage. So, can you
Right.
explain that to us?
Yes, and so there is a big difference, right? Pre-qualified is you're basically just going to tell me as a mortgage lender how much you earn, right? And what your debt is. So you're going to give me a list of your debt and you're going to give me your income. And I'm going to, just pre-qualify you based on that information. Now, a pre-approval, I ask you to provide me copies of your pay stubs, copies of your tax returns, and I will run a credit report, because that's concrete information for me to tell you firmly, this is how much you are pre-approved for, right? And the reason why we say pre-approved is because there are other steps in the mortgage process that we have to verify. And then there's another phase of the mortgage process that will tell you that now you are firmly approved, right? So there's pre-approval and then a firm approval.
Exactly. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about credit. So, I mean, a lot of people don't know how important credit is, and keeping their debt to their debt to income ratio low. So, can you talk about a little bit about that to us?
Sure. So how we determine how much a person qualifies for is, as mentioned, right? We have your income, and then we run a credit report. And so the credit report is gonna give us a list of your debt aside from the credit score, another category of credit scores, right? But that debt we take and there's a formula, a calculation that is taken, and there's percentages that we go by to determine how much you qualify for. So your debt and your income is how the debt to income ratio is determined. So of course, the more debt you have, the less you may qualify for, right? So you want to always try to keep, your debt minimal, especially when you know that you're going to be looking into purchasing a home, right? So if you know a year from now, you're already thinking, you know what, next year is a good year for us. We want to start looking to buy a home. Start looking at your finances and start checking to see, like, let me start paying off, right? So that way you'll have a better opportunity, to qualify for, an amount that you're really searching to get approved for.
Yes, that is very important.
Yeah.
So now that we're talking about first time home buyers and explaining to them like the process, the credit, and all that. What about first time home buyer programs? Are there any out there?
There is some really great first time home buyer programs. There's different type of loans out there. And there is, for some of these loans, right, there is opportunity for first time home buyers. So for instance, conventional loan, which is your standard type of mortgage loans out there, they do have what they call a 3% down payment for first time home buyers, right? And then there's FHA that has a 3.5% down payment also. Of course, there's requirements for each type of program, right? And then there's USDA. USDA is a really great program also that, certain areas of cities that, for instance, outside city limits, if the borrower qualifies for a USDA loan, then that's 0% down payment, right? So there is some great programs out there for people that are buying a home for the first time with minimal down payment requirements.
I guess a lot of people have the impression that USDA it's for like rural properties or cities or farmland, but it's actually not. Can you
No,
explain a
it's
little
not.
bit about that?
Sure. There are certain cities, in our area. So like the smaller cities, let's just say Alton, right? Let's just Elsa. That the home does not have to be outside city limits. The home can be inside city limits, and it'll qualify for USDA. So it's the smaller cities, right? That that will qualify a home to be inside city limits that can go through that USDA program. So it does not have to be a rural, it does not have to be farmland. It does not, if there's, so if you have any more questions on that, you can always call us and we can, go more into detail with that. But it does not have to be always outside city limits.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So can you talk to us about TNB mortgage? About do you guys about your programs, different type of programs that you guys offer?
Sure. So TMB Mortgage, we are a division of Texas National Bank, and we are a like mortgage company, right? And we offer all your different types of mortgage loan products. We offer we offer your conventional fixed products, your FHA, USDA, VA for veterans. We offer construction financing as well. And within Texas National Bank, we have a really great down payment assistance program that if a borrower qualifies for this down payment assistance, they can get up to $10,000 in down payment assistance, right? And that is a program that TMB, Texas National Bank, houses. We service those loans, and it's a great program. So these funds come from the state, so they do end. If you're interested in buying a first time home and you want to find out if you qualify for this down payment assistance program, give us a call, right? We have our phone number on the screen. So call us and we can, determine if you qualify for this awesome down payment assistance that we have available to you.
Great, thank you. What about down payment requirements for the different type of loans that you guys offer?
So down payment requirements, for instance, as mentioned earlier, conventional, they have as little as 3% down payment for first-time home buyers, right? FHA is 3.5% down payment minimum requirement. We have VA for the veterans, which is zero down payment. And then, of course, the USDA, if the borrower qualifies for that program, it's also 0% down payment. There's myth a lot of times out there where people think that if I work with a bank, I have to do 20% down payment. That's not the fact. That's not true. We offer all different types of loan programs with a minimum down payment requirements for them. So if you are a first-time home buyer, call the mortgage lender, find out, right? There's many loan programs out there for you that will help you, getting into a home with minimal down payment.
Okay. What about credit scores? Do you guys work with all credit scores, or there's a range of credit scores that the borrower would need to have?
Well, each program has credit score requirements, right? And so conventional, they have their credit score requirements. FHA has a credit score requirements, right? And VA does too, USDA as well. So the best way to find out, what you qualify for is to speak to a lender, because once you get into credit scores, it gets a little bit more tricky. And so each client, each borrower has a different, situation. And some may have, a lower credit score than other because of certain reasons. And this one has a higher credit score, right? But that doesn't mean that they won't qualify, right? There is options out there for people that don't have the high credit scores.
Yes.
Okay. So the best solution in that case is speak to a mortgage lender. Call one of us, so we can discuss your situation. Don't get discouraged. It's important just to call and find out, what are your options.
Okay, Esther. And then we have a question, Esther. So do you recommend we shop around with different lenders, or all the mortgage products are the same?
Each mortgage company, we all have the same mortgage products, right? We have your FHA, conventional, USDA, VA. We all offer those products, right? Can you shop around? That is certainly your decision to shop around and find out, who's going to help you. What answers are you getting? Everyone's going to discuss things differently with you. I think it's just mostly, who do you feel comfortable with? In our case, Texas National Bank, we're a local community bank. We're going to be here. You can, somebody can come into our office at any time, and they have questions, come in and talk to us even after a mortgage loan has closed, right? So do I recommend you go to, let's just say, TMB Mortgage, and then, go down the street to the other mortgage company, have them run your credit, and then you didn't like what they told you to go to somebody else and run their credit? No, you don't want to do that, because that will affect you.
Okay, great. Well, Esther, that wraps up everything. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was
Thank
great
you.
talking to you, and we had a lot of good information. Is there anything you would like to add very quick before we end?
Yes, definitely. I like to say, TMB Mortgage and Texas National Bank, as mentioned, we are a community bank. We're here to serve our community. If you have any questions, feel free to give us a call. There's the number there on the screen, 956-731-6841. We have, 5 lenders across the valley in all counties. So we are here to help you. Give us a chance. We're friendly, we're knowledgeable, and we're just here to serve our community.
Thank you, Esther.
You're welcome.
Thank you again for joining us, and it was great information. And for our viewers, the keyword for this segment is amortization. Send an email to info@homebuyerfair.org with the word for a chance to win a gift card.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What can we do?
To shape our community.
We can share
our knowledge,
be leaders,
or simply
participate in the census.
Let's make the Rio Grande Valley count.
When the Rio Grande Valley comes together,
anything is possible.
Let's make the Rio Grande Valley count.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Avendaño con Affordable Homes of South Texas y bienvenidos a nuestro 22º anual Home Buyer Fair. La feria de este año es virtual debido a la pandemia del COVID-19 y no queremos que se pierdan información importante sobre diferentes formas de asistencia si están buscando comprar casa durante este tiempo. Por nuestros participantes, permanezcan atentos hasta el final de este segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Hoy estamos con Karina Vargas de TNB Mortgage para hablar sobre conceptos básicos de las hipotecas. Buenos días, Karina.
Hola, buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo están?
Bien, gracias. Quisiera empezar que nos compartieras un poco sobre tu carrera profesional, si puedes, por favor.
Sí, claro. Hola a todos, mi nombre es Karina Vargas. Yo tengo haciendo hipotecas desde 2005. En medio entre mi carrera ha sido combinación de agente de bienes y raíces y también prestamista, que es lo que estoy haciendo actualmente. He sido parte de diferentes instituciones, diferentes bancos, y también de diferentes mortgage brokers. Entre las dos, desde el 2005, casi 15 años.
Muy bien, muy bien. Bastante carrera profesional.
Sí.
Empezamos con alguna pregunta sobre tú sabes cómo es, a veces puede ser estresante para compradores de casas primerizos que no saben cómo empezar o qué es el primer paso que tienen que dar para empezar a buscar una casa. Si nos puedes dar consejos para esos compradores primerizos que están empezando a buscar, ¿cuáles serían los primeros pasos para ellos?
Sí, claro. Antes que nada, lo más importante es siempre saber a cuánto calificas, ¿verdad? Tener una idea de cuánto calificas para así cuando estás buscando casa con un agente de bienes y raíces, estás buscando dentro de tu presupuesto. El primer paso a seguir sería hacer una aplicación con un prestamista como yo, como usted, hacer un tiempo, más o menos una hora, sentarte, preguntas, hacer una aplicación y aprender el proceso. Así tienes una idea de cuánto calificas ya cuando te hacemos una carta de preaprobación. Ya cuando estás en tu carta de preaprobación, vas a mirar y vas a poder ver casas con un agente dentro de tu presupuesto para no perder tiempo, para no enamorarte de una casa que tal vez está fuera de tu alcance o viceversa. A lo mejor piensas que solamente calificas para 200,000 y a lo mejor calificas para más, 250, y tienes la oportunidad de ver la casa de tus sueños, ¿verdad? Como digo, lo más importante es saber en concreto cuánto calificas, cuánto estás a gusto haciendo tus pagos mensuales y así poder encontrar algo que te sientas a gusto.
Claro que sí. Y el proceso de precalificación, ¿cuáles son los requerimientos? Yo sé que el crédito es bien importante. Si puedes hablar sobre eso y explicarles qué tan importante es el crédito, porque a veces las deudas comparados con los ingresos no están ahí. Si puedes elaborar un poquito más sobre eso, por favor.
Sí, claro. La carta de precalificación es algo que hacemos, son dos diferentes cosas, ¿verdad? La carta de precalificación es algo que tú me dices, ok, este es mi ingreso y estas son mis deudas, hacemos un análisis, una calificación básica y te puedo decir, ok, más o menos basado en lo que me has dicho, es lo que calificas. Ahora, una preaprobación, calificación es una cosa, preaprobación es otra. Una preaprobación es cuando nos sentamos, hacemos cita o hacemos ahorita todo virtual ya sea por correo electrónico, por un texto o por una aplicación que tenemos en nuestro banco. Súper accesible. Si nos mandan los documentos, corremos crédito, analizamos las deudas, como mencionas tú, las deudas versus el ingreso, basado en sus income taxes de los últimos 2 años, basado en los salones presentes de los últimos 30 días. Hacemos un análisis de lo que deben versus los ingresos y así te podemos decir en concreto cuánto es lo que calificas. El crédito, muy importante, claro, como dijiste. Esperamos de que la gente mantenga un cierto porcentaje, ¿verdad? Que no se deuden más de lo que pueda pagar mensualmente. Queremos que puedan vivir su vida actual con sus gastos y comer o a la familia, pero también mantener el pago mensual con la casa que estamos proyectando tener, ¿verdad? Comprar. El crédito, mantenerlo bien, no llegar a los pagos tardes, solamente adquirir el crédito necesario o usar las tarjetas de crédito cuando son necesarias. No es malo tener tarjetas de crédito, nada más saber usarlas, saber manejarlas un poquito, no excedernos de nuestros límites y no llegar los pagos tardes. A ser un poquito responsables para así prepararnos para cuando tenemos la oportunidad de comprar, tener todos nuestros estatus financieros en orden.
Sí, eso sería algo bien importante para los compradores. Bueno, hablando sobre compradores primerizos en hipotecas, ¿puedes hablarnos sobre diferentes programas que hay para compradores principiantes, sobre diferentes programas y si puedes tocar algo de algunos requerimientos que tengan algunos de los programas?
Claro, sí. Hay varios programas que tenemos disponibles. Nosotros National Bank. Uno de los programas que se ofrecen a primeros compradores es el FHA, por ejemplo, el programa FHA, que es un 3.5% de entre para primeros compradores. Tenemos también el convencional, que puede ser tan bajo como un 3%. Tenemos el USDA, lo cual es gubernamental y ayuda a ciertas personas con cierto ingreso o ciertas áreas que califican, ciertas ciudades que califican para esta asistencia monetaria para dar su entre y a veces hasta para los cierres de costo. A veces estos programas ayudan tanto a las familias para obtener su casa que no necesitan que poner mucho de su bolsillo. Es una facilidad y ayuda monetaria para hacer el sueño realidad de muchas familias que piensan que es imposible, ¿verdad? También tenemos, obvio, los de veteranos. Los de veteranos son 100% financiamiento. Y tenemos programas convencionales tradicionales de 5% hasta 20%. Claro, todo depende en la necesidad y en cada diferente escenario de cada familia, ¿verdad? Claro que nosotros agarramos toda la información posible y te hacemos recomendaciones. Mira, calificas para esto, tenemos este programa, te decimos los detalles y los beneficios o desventajas de cada programa y así es algo que ya el cliente decide si le conviene a él o no o hacemos diferentes escenarios, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro. Claro que sí. Sobre los programas y las asistencias, ¿que la asistencia la tienen que repagar o es algo que es olvidado en un tiempo mientras tienen el préstamo?
No, fíjate que hay unos programas que no tienen que repagarlo. Es dinero gratuito que existe. A veces tenemos que hacer la aplicación a principios de año porque hay cierta cantidad de fondos, ciertos millones de dólares que pone el gobierno en fondos para este tipo de programas y tenemos nada más que hacer una aplicación para aguardar reservar esos fondos para esta familia en particular y no hay necesidad de repago. Es una estipulación que se pone en el título de la casa. A veces sí requieren de que te quedes en la casa cierto tiempo, pero no necesariamente tener que repagarlo. Y claro, ya una vez que estás en tu casa y se te obsequió la facilidad monetaria y de obtener tu casa, no hemos tenido, hasta ahorita yo en 15 años no he tenido a alguien que que tenga que preocuparse de un tipo de repago.
Ok, muy bien. Tenemos una pregunta. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre una precalificación y una preaprobación?
Sí, claro. La pregunta de Facebook es de la diferencia entre precalificación y preaprobación. La precalificación es cuando tú nos dices verbalmente, "Karina, mira, gano este monto de dinero al mes y tengo estas deudas", pero es algo que tú me dijiste verbalmente. Basado en esos números, yo te digo que creo que calificas basado en lo que me comunicaste para esta cantidad. Una preaprobación es cuando ya verificamos lo que nos has dicho verbalmente. Verificamos tu crédito, al verificar tu crédito, corremos tu crédito y miramos tus deudas que me comentaste, verificamos los talones de cheques o el empleo, el ingreso y tus taxes de los últimos 2 años. Son precalificaciones verbal, es nada más un estimado de lo que tú me estás diciendo. Y preaprobación es físico, que ya he verificado la información proveída, documentada, más que nada documentada.
Tenemos otra pregunta. Solo tengo 3 meses de trabajo. ¿Puedo aplicar?
Claro, mira, tenemos diferentes programas donde depende de qué hiciste antes de que tienes 3 meses trabajando y qué hiciste antes de tus 3 meses de trabajo actual. Si eras estudiante, si estuviste en casa, pero como ama de casa, pero tu esposo o pareja trabajaba, si te acabas, como te digo, si te acabas de graduar, podemos obtener esta información estudiantil. A veces, si tienes un contrato como maestras que apenas acaban de agarrar contrato para el siguiente año escolar, ¿verdad? Nos basamos en ingreso a futuro. Hay diferentes formas de analizar eso. Contáctate con una de nosotras y podemos ver cuál es tu situación y te podemos ayudar y guiar, más que nada, guiar a ver si puedes calificar ahorita o a un futuro. Trabajamos contigo.
Tengo otra pregunta, muchas gracias. ¿Hay una página donde puedo encontrar más información o esta información?
CFPB, una website que podemos usar, CFPB, para encontrar información tocante a lo que estamos platicando el día de hoy. Y si no, también puedes entrar a la página de nosotros o a nuestra aplicación de Texas National Bank o TNB Mortgage, una aplicación de tu teléfono, en tu teléfono puedes encontrarla. Siempre puedes hablarnos al 956-731-6841 a Esther o a mí. Estamos localizadas las dos en el departamento hipotecario de Texas National Bank. Y aquí estamos para ayudarles, para contestar sus preguntas por correo electrónico, mensaje de texto, llegar aquí a la oficina, cualquier cosa que les podamos ayudar y aclarar, alguna duda que tengan y serían todos muy bienvenidos.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Karina. Bastante información buena para compradores primerizos. ¿Algo último que quieras agregar?
Sí, claro. Más que nada, cualquier duda que tengan, no duden en buscar la ayuda, hacer las preguntas. Nunca es una pregunta, es demasiado, ¿verdad? Siempre, entre más sepas, más información tengas, más recursos, más opiniones de diferentes personas, siempre son buenas, ¿verdad? Preguntas y para que estés más al tanto de lo que te conviene, de lo que haya disponible para ti y para tu familia. Más que nada, estamos aquí para ayudarles y para hacer la compra de sus sueños una realidad.
Bueno, gracias. Bueno, gracias a las dos, Karina y Esther, por acompañarnos.
Gracias a ti.
Y por esta información excelente. Y para nuestros televidentes, la palabra clave para este segundo segmento es hipoteca. Envíen un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyerfair.org para la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Muchas gracias. Otra vez.
Gracias.
Para nosotros es importante asegurar la comunidad que la información es información que el gobierno, el Departamento del Censo guarda con confidencialidad. No van a compartir la información con las otras agencias del gobierno, que es algo nomás solamente para acumular las estadísticas para la planificación hacia el futuro.
As the transaction progresses and you, the buyer, you find that home, well, the next thing the lender is going to ask for is an appraisal of the property. And then as it progresses, then they'll want a survey of the property. And then good morning. My name is Susan Valdez, and I hope you're having a great day. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of that day and to have the opportunity to talk about a title company and the role that a title company plays in a real estate transaction. There are actually two primary roles. One of them is we provide settlement services, but we don't usually use that term. You'll hear it more often referred to as closing. And all closing is when the seller and the buyer come in to sign paperwork, and including any legal documents that have to be signed and notarized at the time. But the other primary role of a title insurance company is actually to insure title to the property through a title insurance policy. And so when you as the buyer are out there looking for your home, whether you're looking for it on your own or you're working through a realtor, it's really important to you to find that perfect home for your family. And while you're doing that, you're also working with a lender to get the financing in place for when you do find that home to purchase. The lender's going to, of course, have their process. First thing they're going to do, of course, is get an application from you. And then as the transaction progresses and you, the buyer, you find that home, well, the next thing the lender is going to ask for is an appraisal of the property. And then as it progresses, then they'll want a survey of the property. And then once you get towards the end and you are going to come to closing, then the lender will ask the buyer to make sure they purchase that homeowner's insurance to have that at the time of the closing. In case any damage happens to the residence, you have that insurance. But there's one other thing that the lenders require, and it starts early on in the process of the transaction, and that's the title insurance. Now, most buyers are not familiar with title insurance, but what a title company does. We ensure title to the real property. And when I say real property, yes, I do mean literally the dirt, the land, the lot, however you want to call it. But it is the property that the house sits on, and it's very important because if there is an issue with the title to the real property, it's not like you can say, okay, well, I like this residence, I'll just take this residence and move it over here to this property, because we all know it's a pretty permanent structure on that property. So what kinds of issues are we talking about, and how do we find out about them? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. So every single piece of property has a history, and its history is recorded through documents that have been filed at the county courthouse. And this has started over 100 years ago. There are very old documents that were recorded that are at the county courthouse. And each one of those documents tells a story about the property, your property. And it's up to the title company to search those courthouse records and find each of those documents. And once they find them, the examiner, that's what we call the person who's doing all the research on that property. He reviews them, and those that he says he or she determines do affect the title to the property get put into a report, and we call that report the title company. Now, in old days, we used to actually have to physically go to the courthouse and search the records. Now we do it all on our computers, so it's a lot easier and a lot less time consuming. But that report is going to show the name of the persons or the company that own the property, and those persons or company as sellers, that gives them the legal right to sell the property to you, the buyer. And of course, we find this information in the courthouse records. We look for the last deed of record. The warranty deed is what actually conveys title in a transaction. So we're looking for that last deed to tell us who actually owns the property. And once that deed is filed at the courthouse, it tells everyone who the owner of the property is. But the title company also checks other documents to see if a lender, for example, is owed any money. Because maybe when the seller bought the property, they also got a loan to buy the property with, and they still have a balance owing on that loan. And so that's really important that be taken care of by the time you get to closing and you're going to become the new owner. So if there is a lien by a lender against the property, we're going to show that on our report, and that will get paid off and taken care of at the closing. And so that's another important document that we're looking for in the courthouse records. Who owns the property, and do they owe money on it? But aside from these two basic things, there's other documents that will affect title to your property. Some of them are pretty normal, pretty standard, especially, for example, in a subdivision, if you're buying a lot. A lot of times in subdivisions, the utility companies, for example, will retain an easement for themselves. In other words, they file a document that says, I, the light company, for example, will have the right on these 10 feet of your property to use it to bury our cables, and later on in the future, if those cables need to be maintained or replaced, they have the right to come onto your property and do the work that they have to do. And that's pretty standard. But another thing that the examiner is also going to do is they're going to check the records, the courthouse records, for any name liens against the current sellers and the current buyers. And when I say liens, I mean abstract of judgment, liens, and also bankruptcy. We do check bankruptcy records for the individuals or the companies that are selling and buying property. And when I say abstract of judgment, I'll give you an example. It could be a furniture company, and someone bought furniture, and did not pay off the debt to the furniture company. So the furniture company files a suit. They get a judgment from the court saying, yes, these parties named here do still owe the furniture company money. Now, it could be the persons that are the seller that's involved in the transaction, or it could be someone with a similar name, but that's up to the persons handling the closing to figure out if it's the persons they're dealing with or someone else with a similar name. But in a purchase, usually an abstract of judgment is not going to affect the title to the property. Now, what will affect title to the property is a type of lien known as a child support lien. And if it is in fact, the seller or a prior seller that maybe had that child support lien, that does need to be taken care of at closing or before closing, because you as the buyer don't want that affecting the title to your property. Same thing with the bankruptcy. We're going to check names to see if any of the parties are involved in a bankruptcy, because again, that does affect the transfer of the property to the new buyer, whether the bankruptcy is in the buyer's name or in the seller's name. So that's what we're going to check for. And we're going to include everything that we find in our report, which we call the title commitment. Now, one other thing that we check very carefully also are real property taxes, because we want to make sure that all the taxes covering that property are paid up to and including the current year, the year before. So if you're closing in 2020, all taxes need to be paid current up to 2019. But we're also checking because at some point there may have been a tax suit filed for non-payment of taxes. And although the taxes finally got paid, sometimes they don't pay the court costs or the attorney fees, and those still show up as owing. So we're looking for that too. And the reason we're so careful about taxes is because on your title insurance policy, we're actually covering any taxes that are not paid. So we want to make sure that everything's paid. I like to compare title insurance to auto insurance because I think that's what most people can relate to. You know, you purchase a car and then you're required to buy insurance covering your car in case in the future you have any damage to the car. Well, then you call your auto insurance company and they take over. They handle your claim and they get your car fixed and everything is well. Well, title insurance is the same thing except that it insures real estate. And again, that's the land, the lot, or the dirt, however you want to think about it as. But it's insuring things that once you own the property may come up that happened in the past, that happened years ago. And for example, there's coverage under the title insurance policy if it turns out in the future that somebody forged a deed years ago. Or let's say that the property was in the name of a husband and wife who have since passed away, and their children conveyed out the property. They sold it, but they forgot to mention there was a missing sibling who they hadn't seen in years, didn't know where he was. And then the sibling shows up years later and says, wait a minute, this is my parents' property and I never signed anything, so I still have an interest in this property. So those are the kind of things that are defects in title that are covered under that title insurance policy. And it could be taxes, for example. If we did find out after, let's say 2 years, you've owned your property for 2 years, all of a sudden you get a notice from the tax office saying that there are taxes owing on the property from 5 years ago. Well, sometimes this happens because of human error, either on the part of the company who did the tax service or on the part of the tax office itself. They will discover an error and they're going to correct it. So that's when the notice gets sent to the current property owner. But you look at the notice and you say, wait a minute, I didn't own the property 5 years ago. I just bought it 2 years ago. So you may go to the tax office to explain to them you weren't the owner 5 years ago. Well, they're going to let you know that the taxes are due and they have to be paid. So what do? You don't know these people and you don't even know where to find these owners from 5 years ago. And even if you did find them, they may say, well, we don't own the property anymore, so we're not going to pay taxes. We're not going to be responsible for those taxes. So then what? You go and you hire an attorney maybe? Well, all that takes a lot of time and all that takes a lot of money. But under your title insurance policy, you have coverage that guaranteed you, insured you that all taxes were paid. So just like you do with your auto insurance, you file a claim under your title insurance policy. And then they step in and they take care of that claim for you. And so what this does is title insurance is like your peace of mind. And the best part of it is that the cost is one time. It's not like auto insurance policy where we have to renew it every year. And as you and I know, most of the time that auto insurance goes up. No, with title insurance, you pay for that one time. It covers you as the buyer, as the owner, for as long as you own your property. And even if you should no longer be around and your heirs are now your owners of the property, it insures them as well. So considering that for most of us, our home is our biggest investment, title insurance is a great product and it offers great value and peace of mind to you, the homeowner. So that's it for me. Thank you so very much. I have enjoyed being with you.
It's going to take a strong effort to get the word out that the information for the census is kept confidential. It's not shared with other agencies. It's very important for the local community, and that there is no citizenship question which might cause some people to be afraid. Those are not things that should cause people to feel intimidated. But rather, there's a great benefit to the whole Rio Grande Valley. We have an accurate count that we let the rest of the country as just know here.
Buenos días. Buenos días, mi nombre es Susan Valdez. Gracias por esta oportunidad de estar con ustedes en esto un rato, porque vamos a hablar hoy de la parte principal que una compañía de títulos tiene en una compra-venta de residencia. La compañía de títulos provee dos servicios en estos tipos de compra-venta. La primera es servicios de cierre, y eso quiere decir que es cuando viene el comprador y el vendedor y se firman todos los documentos, incluyendo los documentos legales, y se notarizan. La otra parte principal es la aseguranza de los títulos de las propiedades. Y en eso nos queremos enfocar hoy y de eso vamos a hablar. Con ustedes como compradores, es muy importante que ustedes busquen y encuentren la residencia ideal para su familia, una residencia perfecta para su familia. Y al mismo tiempo que están buscando su residencia, están trabajando con una compañía de financiamiento para conseguir su financiamiento para ya cuando encuentren esa casa, entonces ya está todo arreglado y ya pueden seguir con el proceso. Y la compañía de financiamiento les explica que ya cuando consigan esa casa, Entonces, una de las primeras cosas que hacen es mandan a hacer una evaluación de la propiedad. Así como va progresando el trámite, entonces van a pedirles un croquis y ya cuando están ya terminando todo el trámite y ya va a ser tiempo de hacer el cierre, de firmar todos los documentos. Para entonces, la compañía de financiamiento les exige que compren aseguranza sobre la residencia. Por si acaso se daña, ya tienen asegurada la residencia. Pero todo eso conoce la persona muy bien, entiende bien eso. Pero con lo que no conocen muy bien es la aseguranza de títulos. Y eso es algo que la compañía de financiamiento pide al principio de este trámite. Cuando ustedes ya escogen la casa, ya tienen el contrato. Y asegurando el título de esa propiedad es lo que hace la compañía de títulos. Y cuando yo digo la propiedad, estoy hablando del terreno, del lote, como ustedes quieren nombrarle, está bien. Y es la propiedad donde la residencia está localizada. Y es muy importante encontrar si hay unas cuestiones sobre el título de esa propiedad, porque no es como que usted diga, bueno, hay cuestiones sobre el título, pero me gusta la residencia, la voy a mudar de aquí para acá, a este lote, porque ya sabemos que la casa es una estructura permanente, no se puede hacer eso. ¿Qué tipos de cuestiones estoy hablando? ¿Y cómo nos encontramos? ¿Cómo nos damos cuenta de esas cuestiones? Pues de eso vamos a hablar un poco hoy. Cada pedazo, cada terreno tiene una historia y esa historia está documentada por medio de documentos que se han archivado en la corte. Y eso ha estado pasando ya más de 100 años. Y cada documento tiene una historia de esa propiedad, su propiedad. Y la compañía de títulos es el trabajo de esa compañía de buscar en los archivos de la corte los documentos que afectan ese título. Y cuando ya en estos días ya no vamos a la corte físicamente, ya lo hacemos todo por computadora. Pero la persona que se encarga de hacer esa investigación le llamamos un examiner, porque hace la examinación de la propiedad. Y ellos encuentran todos los documentos que afectan esa propiedad. Ellos los revisan y determinan si al caso ese documento todavía afecta el título. Y ese reporte, hacen ellos su reporte. Y ese reporte indica, por ejemplo, algo muy importante que confirma quién son los que tienen el título de ese terreno. ¿Quién tiene el derecho legal de vender ese terreno? Es una cosa. Y eso lo encuentran en la escritura de la propiedad que está archivada en la corte. También otro documento que es muy importante que encuentren es una escritura de fideicomiso. Porque si el vendedor sacó un préstamo para comprar la propiedad, entonces es muy importante que antes de que se traspase el título, que esa hipoteca quede ya liberada. Por eso ese documento también es muy importante. Si lo encuentran, entonces va incluido en el reporte. Pero aparte de estos dos documentos, hay otros documentos que se encuentran en los archivos de la corte que también tienen efecto sobre el título. Y unas son muy común y son normal, por ejemplo, a la compañía de servicio público, ellos retienen una servidumbre, por ejemplo, de 10 pies sobre ese terreno. Y eso quiere decir que esa compañía tiene el derecho de poner sus cables ahí en esos 10 pies de su propiedad y también pueden hacer mantenimiento cuando se requiere de esos cables. Y eso, como les digo, es muy normal y eso también, como afecta el título del terreno, sí se va a incluir en el reporte. Pero algo también muy importante que la compañía de títulos hace es investigamos nombres, porque también hay juicios, hay hipotecas que afectan el título de un terreno. Y esa investigación se hace sobre los nombres de los dueños y también de los que van a comprar, porque hay ciertos juicios también que pueden afectar el título del comprador, si acaso los hay. Cuando digo juicios, estoy hablando, por ejemplo, una compañía de muebles que vendió muebles, los financió y no se pagó. Y esa compañía demanda a las personas y la corte les da un juicio contra esas personas porque no pagaron a la compañía de muebles. En un trámite donde se está vendiendo propiedad, a lo mejor no afecta el título y en unos casos sí depende el trámite. Pero como quiera, la investigación incluye eso y puede ser que la persona nombrada en ese juicio no es la misma persona que está vendiendo. Todo eso se está investigando y se está determinando si el caso afecta el título o no. Un tipo de hipoteca que sí afecta el título es, por ejemplo, el mantenimiento de niños, que el estado de Texas, cuando alguien entonces no paga, entonces el estado de Texas pone esa hipoteca, la archiva en la corte, y eso sí puede afectar el título si son las personas en ese trámite. O también checamos las bancarrotas. Si el vendedor o el comprador ha declarado bancarrota, entonces todo eso va incluido en el reporte. Otra cosa muy importante que se investiga son los impuestos sobre la propiedad. Es muy importante que todo esté pagado y no haya deudas sobre los impuestos, porque la aseguranza del título está asegurando que todo está pagado, que no se debe nada. Se investigan los impuestos y también si años anteriores, si hubo un juicio sobre los impuestos que no se habían pagado, muchas veces ya para entonces se pagaron, pero queda debiéndose los costos de la corte, los costos del abogado, y todo eso quiere que quede ya liquidado para cuando se traspase el título a usted, el comprador. Porque la compañía de títulos está asegurando que todo está pagado. Pero hay veces que, aunque se investigue mucho la propiedad, los nombres, los impuestos, sí hay como quiera un defecto en el título que a lo mejor no se descubre, no se sabe hasta ya después de que el dueño nuevo ha tomado el título. A mí me gusta comparar a la aseguranza de título a las aseguranzas de un coche. Por ejemplo, cuando usted compra su coche y una de las cosas que le exigen es la aseguranza sobre su coche. Por si acaso más adelante se daña, entonces su compañía de aseguranza, usted va y reclama con ellos y ellos se encargan de arreglar todo y si es necesario de componer ese coche también y ya todo queda bien. Well, la aseguranza sobre el título es igual. nomás que asegura la propiedad y la residencia también, el valor de la residencia. Y está asegurando contra ciertos defectos en el título que ocurrieron antes de que usted fue el dueño de la propiedad y no se descubren o no salen a la luz hasta ya después. Por ejemplo, puede ser que alguien falsificó una firma en una escritura años antes y no sale a la luz hasta después que se falsificó esa firma. O puede haber un caso donde las personas, los papás que tenían el título de ese terreno fallecieron y sus herederos vendieron la propiedad, pero faltó firma de un heredero que no pudieron encontrar, nadie lo mencionó porque nadie sabía dónde estaba, y sale ya años después y dice, esa propiedad era de mis papás y yo tengo interés en esa propiedad y yo nunca firmé nada. Esos son los tipos de defectos que una aseguranza de títulos cubre. O otra cosa que puede pasar también es si los impuestos, si hubo un error ser humano cuando se investigaron los impuestos o hubo un error por parte de la oficina de los impuestos y se descubre y entonces mandan una noticia que se deben impuestos de 5 años antes y usted ha sido el dueño de la propiedad solamente 2 años. ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué hace uno cuando eso pasa? Probablemente vas a la oficina de los impuestos y les explicas, tú tienes nomás 2 años viviendo en esa propiedad y esos impuestos se deben desde 5 años antes, cuando tú no eras el dueño de la propiedad. Pues ellos van a explicar que los impuestos se deben y se necesitan que pagar. ¿Qué hace uno? Buscas esas personas y ¿dónde empiezas a buscarlas? O si los encuentras, ellos pueden decir, pues yo ya no soy dueño de esa propiedad, no me voy a encargar de pagar esos impuestos que se deben. Entonces, ¿qué? Vas y buscas un abogado, pero todo eso se lleva tiempo y dinero. Pero cuando tienes una aseguranza de títulos, haces lo mismo que cuando tú tienes un daño a tu coche, vas y reclamas con la compañía de seguros. Y lo mismo aquí. Si salen que impuestos se deben desde años anteriores, entonces tú con esa póliza puedes reclamar para que esos impuestos se paguen. Y es una aseguranza que el seguro de títulos les da a ustedes. Porque imagínense, tratar de encontrar estas personas, tratar de pagar dineros que ni fueron por parte de usted, pero usted es el dueño ahora y tiene el título. La aseguranza de su título es algo que el costo nomás se paga una vez. En eso no es igual como el seguro de su coche, que cada año queremos que renovarlo y cada año sube. En la aseguranza de títulos se paga una vez y lo asegura a usted como el dueño todo el tiempo que usted sea el dueño de la propiedad. Y por si acaso ya usted traspasa el título a sus herederos, los cubre a ellos también. Considerando que por la mayoría de personas, su residencia es la mayor inversión que tenemos. La aseguranza de título es un gran producto que ofrece gran valor y le ofrece también tranquilidad de que si algo más adelante pasa, usted va a tener su aseguranza. Usted el dueño de la propiedad. Muchas gracias. Fue un placer de estar con ustedes. Que tengan un buen día.
Bueno, la importancia del censo, ¿no? Obviamente, pues, es importante que todos tengan oportunidades para registrarse personas contadas aquí y también diseminar la información. Lo que significa que el gobierno cada 10 años busca la información, la edad, los números, la cantidad, dónde, y cuántos de la zona, para que puedan ayudar en la planificación hacia el futuro.
Hi. So, welcome to the 22nd Annual Buyer Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we'll be discussing overcoming the down payment hurdle. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. My name is Cabrera, and I am the HUD Certified Home Advisor here at Affordable Homes. And today we have Sarah Eleanor and Delia Davila to talk about overcoming the down payment hurdle. So welcome. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Sure, I guess I'll go first since I think we're doing English first, right? And Delia is going to be our Spanish translator. But anyway, so yes, I am Sarah Eleanor. I'm the Senior Manager of Homeownership Programs at the Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation. I have been here for almost 8 years. We have, for those of you that aren't familiar with the Texas State Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation, we fondly call ourselves TSHAC. We are a statewide nonprofit organization that was created at the direction of the Texas State Legislature. They created us to help serve the housing needs of low to moderate income Texans. And we have programs that make home buying more affordable. And we have helped thousands of Texans since 2002 buy a home. So we have some great programs to help make home buying more affordable.
Okay, great. How does one apply to get the assistance that you guys offer?
Well, first, I think I probably should tell people what we have to offer, and then I'll tell them how to apply. So we have down payment assistance, where we will help someone with up to 5% of their loan amount, and that they can use to cover their down payment and or closing costs. Many times people think that they have to have a 20% down payment to buy a home, and that's really a myth that's out there. So really down payments range between 3 and 5%, and we offer up to 5%. So in a lot of cases, we will be covering the full down payment, and we might even be giving a little more than the down payment that's required to, and they can use that extra money to put toward their closing costs. So that's, it all equals less money out of pocket for them. The second program we offer is for first-time home buyers, and it is called the Mortgage Credit Certificate Program, or MCC for short. And so that program is going to save them thousands of dollars over the life of their loan. And what it does is it's a special tax credit that essentially helps them get some of the interest that they will spend on their mortgage every year back when they file their income tax return. And so that's a great program as well. It's going to save them thousands, like I said. If they are a first-time home buyer, they can combine the two programs and use both the MCC and the down payment assistance together at the same time, which makes that home buying experience even more affordable.
Yeah.
And then you asked, how does somebody apply, right?
Yes.
That's the next question. Okay. So if you want to get started, we have a website, tsahc.org, as you'll see on the screen here. I could also show you my t-shirt. We're representing today. But yeah, so it's tsahc.org. And on that very first page, you're going to see an eligibility quiz that you can click on. And it's 4 easy questions. So once you take that quiz, you'll know in about a minute whether or not you qualify. And if you do, your next steps are actually given to you at the end of that quiz. The very first step is to contact one of our approved participating lenders. Those lenders are trained. They know our programs well. They can help you decide which of our options is best for you. And it makes it easy for you because you don't have to actually apply directly with TSHAC. You contact that lender and tell them that you want to use TSHAC's program to help you with your down payment, or you want to use the MCC program, and they do everything else for you. So they take you from application all the way to loan closing. And so it makes it very easy for you because it's one person that you're working with, and then they work with us kind of behind the scenes to make things happen and make things, make it so that you get the assistance that you're needing and that you're applying for. So then the second step is to complete a home buyer education class. We require anybody using our programs to complete this class. We feel like you'll probably hear this a lot today, getting educated about buying a home is the best thing you can do, especially if it's your first time. You want to know what you're getting into. You want to make sure that this is the right path. And you also want to know what to expect. You want to know what to look for. You want to watch out for red flags. You want to know who you're going to be working with throughout the process. And so we do have a list of providers that you can contact to take that class, but obviously your host today would be the one I would recommend in the Valley. Affordable Homes of South Texas, they offer those classes. They offer housing counseling services if your credit isn't quite where it needs to be to apply for a loan. So those are the 2 steps that one would need to take in order to get started.
Okay, great. So can you repeat the website for everybody one more time?
Yes, tsahc.org. You'll see it up in the right-hand corner of your screen and then on my t-shirt. Oh, and there it is on the screen again, in bigger text. Yeah, so what questions do you think people would have, or what questions might people have?
So what would the income guidelines be for the Rio Grande Valley?
Okay, so in most cases in the Valley, the maximum amount that someone could make would be around $85,000, $85,000 and some change. So that's in most cases. So a lot of people will qualify. We don't necessarily have a minimum amount that they have to make. We get that question a lot. They don't have to make a minimum amount to qualify. They have to qualify for a mortgage, and they will determine that when they contact one of our lenders. And so, yeah, they can't make more than that $85,000 and some change. And then they would have to have at least a 620 credit score in most cases with our program. And that, again, a lender will walk them through that. If they're not quite there, I'm just going to keep plugging you guys because I know that Elisa, I know there's Janie on staff. You guys are all great housing counselors, and so someone could reach out to you if they needed some help getting to the point where they could qualify for a mortgage if they needed some help with their credit.
So again, the max, is it based on the is there a family size? Is it just one person?
Good question. So typically it will be whoever is on the mortgage. And so if you're going to be applying as a couple, I see the question on the screen here. If you're going to be applying as a couple, then it would be your income combined.
So both of you can most of the time not go over 85,000.
Right, and that amount could not go over the 85,000. Delia, do you have it written down?
Yes, it's $85,675 to be exact. Okay. That would be the max. So it could be either combined, or whoever's applying cannot go past that limit, and there is no family size breakdown is just for the applicants for the house.
Okay, perfect. Do I have to repay the down payment assistance?
Great question, Janie. So we have two options. We have one that's a grant, which means that they don't have to pay it back. There's no strings attached with that option. The grant, it's as if they're getting a gift from a family member. So that's a great option. And then we also have a 3-year deferred forgivable second lien. The biggest title of any product I know. But what that basically means is it's a second lien. So there will be a lien on the property. If you sell the home or refinance the home within the first 3 years of living there, then you would have to pay back the assistance you got from TSHAC. If you live there for longer than 3 years from the time you bought or purchased, then that becomes a grant. It becomes a gift at that point. It's forgiven. So to break it down, 3-year deferred forgivable second lien. So 3 years, it's deferred, meaning that there's no payments due on that second lien. There's no interest accruing, and it's forgiven after 3 years in full. So the difference between those two assistance options is that one offers a little bit better interest rate on the mortgage loan itself than the other. But again, that lender is going to be the one that walks you through all those options, decides what's best for you and your particular situation, because we don't have a one size fits all. We have as many options as we can have to hopefully meet everybody where they are.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you to Sarah Eleanor and Delia Davila for providing such great information. So the keyword for today's segment is nonprofit. And you want to email this keyword to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with that word for a chance to win a gift card. So ahorita regresamos en español.
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast, because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas power generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
De nuevo, la 22nd Annual Homebuyer Fair. Durante los próximos 15 minutos hablamos sobre superando el obstáculo de anticipo. Los primeros, están atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar un tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Elisa Cabrera, yo soy una consejera aquí en Affordable Homes de South Texas y hoy estamos con Delia Dávila y Sarah Eleanor para hablar sobre superando el obstáculo del anticipo. Bienvenidos. ¿Puedes hablar un poco sobre ti y tu compañía, por favor?
Sí, me da mucho gusto estar aquí con ustedes hoy para ayudarles a comprar casa de sus sueños. Mi nombre es Delia Dávila. Trabajo para Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation, igualmente como Sarah, casi tengo 8 años trabajando con esta compañía. Mucha gente conoce a nuestra organización como TSHAC, T-S-A-H-C, y lo que somos es ayudar a gente a comprar una casa y somos una organización estatal sin fines de lucro. Está creado por la legislatura de Texas. Y los programas que hacemos es hacer el comprar de casa más asequible. Hemos ayudado a miles de personas, miles de tejanos, más bien porque es un programa de Texas solamente. Estamos ayudando a la gente a comprar casas desde el 2002.
Great, gracias. ¿Qué programas ofrecen para ayudar a la gente a comprar una casa?
Así como dijo Sarah en inglés, tenemos varios programas. El más popular de nuestros programas es, ofrecemos un préstamo hipotecario de bajo interés y de tasa fija y la asistencia para el pago inicial de hasta el 5% para cubrir el pago inicial o los costos del cierre. Mucha gente piensa que tienen que pagar el 20% para un préstamo para comprar una casa, pero no es necesariamente la verdad o no es necesaria la situación porque nosotros podemos ayudarles a comprar una casa y pagar ese pago inicial o como le dicen en inglés el down payment. Entonces lo que nosotros hacemos es damos ese dinero, es menos dinero que tienes que pagar tú, ¿verdad? Para el pago para comprar una casa. Y también ofrecemos para las personas que van a comprar casa por primera vez, se puede combinar ese pago para el pago inicial con el MCC o Mortgage Credit Certificate. Este es un certificado que yo recomiendo mucho a la gente que va a comprar casa por primera vez, porque lo que hace es que le puede ahorrar miles de dólares por la vida de su hipoteca, porque es como un crédito que le van a dar cuando usted hace los impuestos federales o los tax returns cada año. Si usted debe dinero o necesita más crédito para que le regresen más dinero, ese certificado lo puede usar cada año mientras usted viva en su casa y está pagando su préstamo hipotecario.
Ok. ¿Y cómo se aplica para obtener la asistencia que ofrecen?
Todo viene en la computadora. Se tiene que ir a la página web de nosotros, es a la tsa.com. Ustedes están enseñando la foto donde dice la información, donde pueden hablar por teléfono o ir a la página web. Ahí es donde va a ser como una prueba de elegibilidad, a ver si usted, son 4 preguntas bien fáciles, y entonces lo que van a hacer es, van a ver si usted tiene el crédito y el ingreso anual que está en los criterios para nuestro programa, y si usted está tienes, como estamos hablando del ingreso, ¿verdad? Gana menos de $85,675 al año, tiene un crédito que es más de 620%, el 620 es el número especial que estamos viendo, o mayor, tiene que tener más o menos buen crédito. Entonces, en ese momento empieza a buscar a un prestamista en su área. Y hay un lugar donde puede escoger a buscar un prestamista en su área en la página web, empieza a buscar a alguien en su área, Entonces se pone en contacto con ese prestamista y ellos entonces son los que van a tomar ese programa y la aplicación, la solicitud, toda la información para ver cuál es el programa que usted le beneficia más a usted, depende de su situación. Entonces, ellos toman, como dice Sarah, ellos toman las reinas para determinar su elegibilidad y hacen todo el programa con nosotros. Usted solamente va a trabajar con ese prestamista y ellos se van a encargar, van a trabajar directamente conmigo y mis empleados en la compañía de T-Shack para ver si nosotros podemos darle ese dinero cuando ya vaya a comprar su casa. Ya cuando tenga su préstamo, ¿verdad? Le van a decir cuánto préstamo le van a dar, entonces en ese momento usted va a buscar su casa y de ahí nosotros vamos a pagar el pago inicial, el down payment o el pago de enganche, como mucha gente lo conoce por varias diferentes formas. Entonces ese pago nosotros lo vamos a pagar y si califica también para el Mortgage Credit Certificate, también va a registrarse y le vamos a darle el Mortgage Credit Certificate o el MCC para que le den créditos cuando hace sus taxas o sus impuestos federales cada año.
Okay, great.
La educación también, se me olvidó decir, también hay que tomar un curso de educación y como estábamos diciendo en inglés, el curso de educación lo pueden tomar ahí con ASHTI. Ellos dan cursos de educación, mejoran su crédito, les ayudan para estar listos para empezar el proceso de comprar una casa. Eso es lo que tiene que ser primero y lo que yo recomiendo, que tengan su crédito listo y de ahí empiecen el proceso de aplicar con su prestamista.
Ok. Tenemos una pregunta. ¿A un máximo de ingreso que pueda ganar una familia?
Sí, el máximo de ingreso depende del condado donde usted vive, porque nosotros damos préstamos por todo el estado de Texas, pero en la área en el Valle de Hidalgo, en todos esos condados que están en su área, el máximo ingreso anual es el $85,675 al año. Y esto puede ser por la pareja que está aplicando juntos, si ese es lo que ganan juntos, pero si van a aplicar separados y nada más una persona va a aplicar por el préstamo, entonces esa persona es la que va a tener que tener, ese es el ingreso máximo. No tiene que ver nada del tamaño de la familia, si es una familia de 6 o 7 personas o una familia de 1 o de 2. Ese es el máximo ingreso para la persona que va a aplicar.
En muchos casos.
En muchos casos, porque con el MCC, como sí es cierto, en el MCC hay unas reglas un poquito diferentes. En ese programa se combina el ingreso de la pareja. Pero esa es la única situación donde vamos a ponerle un límite al ingreso, dependiendo en la pareja y el tamaño de la familia. Pero por lo general es $85,000 más o menos al año o menos.
Sí. Ok. ¿Me puede repetir el sitio de internet, por favor?
Sí, toda la información está en la página web tsahc.org. Puede ir ahí a hacer las preguntas, a ver si califica para nuestro programa. Ahí puede encontrar la lista de todos los participantes, compañías que hacen las hipotecas para nuestro programa, todos los prestamistas en su área. Ahí es donde puede buscarlos. Ahí también en esa misma página web es donde puede encontrar información de la educación que se puede tomar para continuar con nuestros programas. También tenemos nuestro teléfono, si acaso necesita hablar con alguien o necesita ayuda con la página web, puede hablar a nuestro teléfono y tenemos a Sara y también yo mismo le podemos ayudar en español. Sara sí habla español, aunque
no quería decirlo hoy.
No quería decir todo, pero también tenemos personas en la oficina que hablan español y le podemos ayudar. También todos los prestamistas en su área, debe de haber un representante que pueda ayudarles en español. O sea que ahí puede buscar la información de las compañías en su área en nuestra página web.
Ok, gracias por acompañarnos hoy y gracias a Delia Dávila y Sarah Eleanor por dar buena información. Les voy a dar la palabra de clave para este segmento, va a ser enganche. Envía la palabra al correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyerfair.org Con esta palabra puede entrar a la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo.
Muy bien, gracias, Elisa.
Gracias.
Gracias, thank you. Thank you for accompanying us today. Gracias por estar aquí.
You're welcome.
¿Tengo que llenar todo esto? Que no te agobien los formas del Censo 2020. Responde en línea o por teléfono. Es muy fácil. A partir del 12 de marzo, solo visita el sitio my2020census.gov y escribe tu identificación del censo que te llegará por correo y solo marca el número telefónico. Confirma tu información y completa el censo en una sola sesión o tendrás que empezar de nuevo. Así de simple.
Hi guys, welcome back to the 22nd Annual Home Buyer Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we'll be discussing credit. The first 15 minutes will be in English, y los últimos 15 minutos será en español. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to get your keyword to win a gift card. My name is Jamie Vela, and I'm a HUD Certified Home Buyer Advisor with Affordable Homes of South Texas. Today with me, we have Gloria Escamilla, the Director of Home Buyer Development, to talk to us about credit. Hi, Gloria. How are you today?
Hi, Jamie. Doing good.
Great. So I'm thinking I want to get ready to purchase a house. I know credit plays a huge factor in that. What would you recommend I do first? Should I take a look at my credit before approaching a lender?
Yes, you need to really look at your credit before you even apply. There's different ways you can research and see what your credit scores are, but definitely, yes, you need to look at your credit.
Okay, and what would be some ways that I should look at my credit?
So you can go to Credit Karma. There you can get two of the credit bureaus, TransUnion and Equifax. It'll give you a score. It's not the FICO score that the lenders use, but it'll give you an idea, and it definitely will give you any issues that you might have on your credit.
Okay, so I can check out Credit Karma. Does that affect my credit score?
So looking into the Credit Karma does not affect your scores. Why? Because it's a soft inquiry. It's nothing like a hard inquiry, but no, it doesn't affect it.
Okay, so Credit Karma, is there anywhere else that I can take a look at my credit?
So you can also go through the annual credit report request, which is annualcreditreport.com, and request it this way. Now, this credit report does not include credit scores, but you can get those free credit scores from the Credit Karma.
Okay, so once I pull my credit, what would you suggest that I look at that a lender is going to pay attention to? What matters to them?
A lender is going to look at your credit scores.
Great. And what credit score would be ideal for a lender?
It depends on the different programs. Sometimes I know normally it was a 580 for an FHA loan. That course, that's going to give you a higher interest rate. But then again, normally you would need a 620, 640. The higher the credit scores, the better interest rate you're going to get, better down payment. So that's what they're looking at.
Oh man, I just pulled my score on Credit Karma and I had a 560. What should I do? Does that mean I'm never going to buy a house?
Janie, no. If your goal is home ownership, then remember Affordable Homes, we do free credit counseling. So we have different, or I think 3 counselors that can help you work on your credit scores. We do not charge for this counseling. So no, I mean, you can work on your credit scores.
Okay, and what are these counselors going to help me with? Are they going to help me pay collections? Are they going to advise me on what's best to do?
So the counselors will give you an action plan. They're going to review your credit. They're going to review your budget. Of course, working on your credit means that you're going to have to, if you have some collections, you have to pay them off. That's the only way you're going to have to do it is settling on the accounts. And it's going to take some time to bring up your scores.
Yeah, I think when I was out of high school, I opened up a ton of debt. Does that stay with you forever? Is that something that's going to go away after a while?
So any problem with your credit, any collection accounts, any charge-off accounts, the history is 7 years. So it's going to report on your credit report for 7 years from date of last activity. So if it was when you were in high school or after high school or in college, then maybe they're going to drop off pretty soon.
Oh, that's awesome. So let's say, for example, all my credit has been clear. I have no collections, no charge-offs, but I also don't have any open accounts because every time I go to the mall, no one wants to let me borrow a credit card or let me open a credit card. What would you suggest is the best way to get started with a credit history?
So if all your bad debt has dropped, then you need to open a secured credit card. Have you heard of a secured credit card?
I haven't, Gloria. What is that?
So a secured credit card, you go to your bank, or a bank that can give you a secured credit card, meaning you're going to deposit $300 or $500, depending on what the bank requires. Some of them require $300, which that means your money. You're going to deposit $300. Then you're going to charge maybe gasoline, $50, $90 a month. Charge and pay. So this is going to establish your credit.
Okay, so I should never really keep a rollover balance. I once had a tia tell me, hey, you know what you should do? Get a credit card, max it out, and make your minimum payments a month. Is that what you wouldn't suggest that?
No, because again, if you're trying to reestablish your credit and have a good credit score for your mortgage, then FICO looks at if you're maxing out your cards, then you're going to affect your scores. So FICO is looking that you charge 30% of your credit limit or less.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, I mean, if you want to pay interest, then you can charge and pay the minimum, but you're paying interest. So normally using your credit cards is charge what you can pay at the end of the month. And that's how you're going to establish your credit.
Okay, cool. And we have a question from our Facebook. What's the difference between a soft pull and a hard pull on your credit report?
So we talked about Credit Karma. When you check your consumer credit report, this is on the consumer side. You can check through the annual website or the Credit Karma, and there's different websites I think the credit bureaus have. That's a soft inquiry. So a hard inquiry is when you apply for a mortgage loan, a car loan, a finance, a credit card. So that's the difference between a soft and a hard inquiry.
Okay, so soft inquiries won't affect my credit score, but a hard pull will.
Right, especially if you're going for a mortgage, if you're applying for a mortgage loan and they pre-qualify you with a certain score, they already give you an interest rate. And if you start applying, then your scores will drop. It could drop from, 4 to 8 points. On the mortgage side, if you drop 1 point under whatever they gave you, then that you're going to have a problem. Yes.
I read somewhere that when you're shopping for a mortgage loan, you have a 30-day window to shop around with different borrowers. So the multiple credit pools won't affect you. Is that accurate?
So there's different kind of FICO scores. It depends on what the lender is using. And it'll give you a window of 14 to 45 days that you can shop around. And it's counted as one inquiry. Okay. I know the mortgage company has it and the auto industry has that. But yeah, it depends on what score they're using.
Okay. So you mentioned a secured credit card earlier. That's the best way to improve your credit score. How many secured credit cards should I open? Does it matter if I open 5 or should I just keep the 1?
So FICO doesn't look at how many credit cards you have, or actually they do in a way that you can have several credit cards. It's the way you're using them. So like I mentioned earlier, if you're charging more than the 30%, then you're not helping yourself. So you could have maybe, 3, 5 credit cards. And if you charge under the 30%, then that's what FICO is looking at. You have high limits, but you're not charging them to the max.
So would you say it's a good idea to only charge what I know that I can pay off at the end of the month?
That is really what it's recommended, because credit cards are so easy to use. A lot of us haven't used credit cards, and you don't know how to use them. You can go and charge, and then you get your statement and you charge the max and you can't pay it off. So then you're going to be sending the minimum. So that's why credit cards are needed for the FICO score to have a good FICO score. But if you're not disciplined or know how to use them, it's kind of charge what you can pay at the end of the month.
Okay, thank you for that. So a big question that comes up often is I have student loans. Is that going to affect me when I'm trying to get a mortgage?
Are they current or they're defaulted or past due? What?
All of the above.
Then yes.
How will a student loan in collections affect me?
What?
A student loan in collections, how will that affect me?
It'll just affect you as any other account. It's in collections. The only thing is when a regular collection, say credit card or phone bill, that'll drop after 7 years if they don't take you to court. But a student loan, anything with the government, I mean, if you don't pay it, it's going to be there forever. So it's not going to drop in 7 years.
Oh, man. I was hoping to get rid of those student loans.
Sorry, Janie.
Okay, so let's say I'm not late. Let's say I am on deferment because I'm still in school, but I want to buy a house before I graduate. How will a lender take that payment into consideration, or will they even take it into consideration?
Normally, the lender will, I mean, you eventually have to give a payment. So yeah, you can keep deferring it, but sooner or later you will have to pay. So they have to count that monthly payment, estimated.
Okay, and so earlier I mentioned all those collections that I had. I got a settlement in the mail. Is that something that's a good idea to fix this collection account?
So yes, that's the best way on taking care of, if you want the mortgage loan and you want to bring up your scores, then you need to start paying off the accounts, like I said earlier. So if you get any settlement letters and you like the offer, a lot of times, we see a good offer would be 50% or less on the settlement. So if you have a letter that is valid, hasn't expired, then yeah, that's the way to go.
If it expired, did I lose my chance at getting to settle for that amount?
No, if the letter has expired, then what you have to do is call the collection agency, request a new settlement letter, hopefully with the same offer or maybe better. You can also ask for a lower settlement. Once you have the new letter, then you can pay it off.
Okay, awesome. So what should I do? My tia once told me that opening a bunch of finance loans is the best way to start establishing my credit. I know you mentioned secured credit cards earlier, but is finance loans a valid option as well?
Finance companies are lenient. They're good. I mean, yeah, you can open finance companies. The thing is that the finance companies are installment loans. So what you have to do is keep renewing them. And what does that mean if you have a loan company? You're paying interest versus a credit card. We talked about credit cards earlier. If you charge on a credit card and you pay monthly, then you're not paying $1 of interest versus a finance company, then you have to be renewing it and you're paying interest. So depends on which way you want to go. But I mean,
it's up to the user. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I want to buy a house, but I also think I might want to buy a car. Which of those should I do first? And will buying a car affect me if I choose to buy that first?
Well, Jeannie, if you want the house, that is your goal, then it would be first getting your home.
Okay.
Go into looking and see how much you can afford. But then again, remember you're gonna have a home mortgage payment, and will you be able to afford the car payment as well? So kind of balance it out.
Okay, so you keep saying, can I afford the payment? So what I understand is that the more debt I have, the less I could afford for a house. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So a high car payment isn't, the higher the payment, the less I can afford for a house.
Correct.
Okay. So what if my uncle needed help purchasing a car? His credit score wasn't that great and mine's awesome. I co-signed for him. Is that something that's going to affect me in the future?
That will affect you in the future because again, you're co-signing, so it is your debt. It is your payment. So
I'm responsible.
Right. What if he doesn't pay on time? Then it's going to affect your credit as well.
Okay, cool. So is there any more questions on Facebook? No? So we will be right back in Spanish. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Gloria, for so much good information. The key word for this segment is going to be FICO. That's FICO. You can send an email to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with that chance to win a gift card. One last time, that word is FICO, F-I-C-O. Y ahorita regresamos en español.
The time to respond to the 2020 census is here.
This count will bring more money to our schools and our community. You can respond to the census by phone, by mail, or online.
Respond now. Your community needs you. Unidos contamos.
United we
count.
Water, 5 seconds.
Hi, bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestro 22nd Annual Home Buyer Fair. Estén atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Janie Vela y soy una de las asesoras certificado por HUD con Affordable Homes de South Texas. Hoy estamos con Gloria Escamilla, la directora del Departamento de Asesoría, para hablar sobre el tema de crédito. Hi Gloria, ¿cómo está?
Hola Janie, muy bien.
Qué bueno, gracias. ¿Qué experiencia tienes en trabajando con crédito?
Yo tengo varios años de experiencia trabajando en el crédito. ¿Puedo ayudarte?
Ok. Mi meta, quiero comprar casa. Yo sé que crédito es bien importante y es una parte de este proceso, pero no sé dónde comenzar. ¿Qué debo de hacer primero? Antes de aplicar por la casa, ¿crees que debo de checar mi crédito primero?
Sí, Janie. El primer paso para comprar una casa o cualquier compra, mayor compra, es checar tu crédito. A ver cómo lo tienes, en qué puntuaje lo tienes y a ver qué es lo que se necesita que hacer para que tus puntos estén en buen término.
Ok. ¿Dónde puedo checar mi crédito? Y si checo mi crédito, ¿me va a afectar?
Un modo de checar tu crédito o donde lo puedes checar es en Credit Karma. Credit Karma te da una idea de los puntos que tienes. No es el FICO, pero sí te da una idea de los puntos y te va a dar qué es lo que tienes en tu reporte de crédito, qué es lo que tienes que tú arreglar y componer el crédito.
Okay. ¿Y qué es una puntuación que debo de tener si quiero comprar casa?
FICO va a depender en el programa. Normalmente FHA estaba haciendo los 580, pero el interés es un poco más alto. Ya estás mirando a lo mejor 620, 640. Entre más altos los puntuajes, mejor interés te van a dar.
Ok. Si checo mi crédito y tengo una puntuación de 560, ¿qué debo de hacer para arreglar mi crédito y para subir mis puntos?
Janie, Affordable Homes, tenemos consejeras que te pueden, asesores de crédito que te pueden ayudar a mejorar tu puntuaje. Te van a revisar el crédito, te van a dar un plan de acción, te van a dar cómo manejas el dinero para si puedes pagar las cuentas y comenzar a subir el puntuaje.
Ok, si tengo cuentas en colección, ¿los voy a necesitar a pagar para que suban mis puntos?
Sí, el FICO es lo que está mirando de que tienes problemas con tu crédito, entonces tienes que pagar esas cuentas.
Okay. El otro día por correo recibí una oferta de uno de mis colecciones. Pidieron como 50% de lo que debía. ¿Esa oferta es actual? ¿Si es de verdad?
Sí, ese es el modo de trabajar con las cuentas para liquidarlas. Si recibes ofertas por correo de la compañía de colecciones y te están ofreciendo el 50%, normalmente nosotros recomendamos 50% o menos. Es un muy buen modo de pagar las cuentas.
Okay. ¿Y por cuánto tiempo se quedan esas cuentas de colección en mi reporte?
Las cuentas se van a quedar 7 años, pagadas o no pagadas, se quedan ahí. Mucha gente a veces piensa que cuando pagas la cuenta, Janie, dices tú, pues ya se me va a quitar. No se va a quitar, se va a enseñar que la cuenta se pagó, pero ahí se queda como historia. Solamente que te lleven a corte, que te pongan un juicio, entonces esa queda más años, entonces son 10 años en la corte.
Okay. Ya pagué todas mis cuentas de colecciones, pero ahora no tengo ninguna cuenta abierta en mi reporte de crédito. ¿Qué debo de hacer para que pueda comenzar esa historia de pagar a tiempo?
Entonces, para comenzar a restablecer y a subir los puntuajes, vas a tener que ir ahí a abrir una tarjeta asegurada. ¿Has oído de las tarjetas aseguradas?
No, Gloria. What's that? ¿Me puedes decir lo que es?
Una tarjeta asegurada es cuando tú tomas tu dinero, vamos a suponer $300, y vas con tu banco o con una credit union y depositas $300, ellos te dan la Visa o Mastercard y tú lo vas a estar usando mensualmente, cargas $50, $90, siempre usar el 30% o menos del límite y cargar y pagar. Ponle que cargaste $90 de gasolina, llega al estado de cuenta y lo pagas. Cargas y pagas.
Ok, so no debo de cobrar lo máximo y luego pagar el mínimo. Eso no me ayuda.
No, porque entonces en lugar de ayudar tus puntuajes, te estás dañándolos. Como te digo, el FICO trabaja de que si cargas más del 30%, entonces estás arriba, estás cerca del límite y te afecta los puntos demasiado.
Ok. So, quiero subir mi puntuación bien rápido. ¿Debo de abrir varias tarjetas seguras o nomás uno?
Puedes abrir varias. FICO no se fija en cuántas tarjetas tienes. Lo que se va a fijar FICO es de cómo la estás usando, que si estás cargando más del 30%, si estás pagando a tiempo, que no pagues tarde, entonces es cuando hay problemas.
Okay. Tenemos una pregunta en el Facebook. ¿Qué es un juicio?
Un juicio es cuando la cuenta no se liquidó y la compañía de colecciones o el prestamista o mueblería te lleva a corte para que pagues esa cuenta. Entonces se llama un juicio, es un judgment, que quiere decir, no sé cómo dices lawsuit en español.
Yo menos.
Demanda, es una demanda que te está demandando, por eso te está llevando a corte.
¿Y ese juicio me puede afectar en mi proceso de comprar casa?
Demasiado.
So, ¿qué debo de hacer si tengo un juicio?
So, si una compañía te hace una demanda, yo recomendaría que la liquides luego. Ya ahora es un juicio, está grabado en la corte. So, entonces tienes que, ya que se pague la cuenta, tienes que ir a registrarlo a la corte si la compañía no lo registra. Tienes que ir a la corte a registrarlo que ya se hizo un release of lien, que es lo que vamos a necesitar para que entonces te aclare y puedas ir con el proceso.
Ok, great. Otra pregunta. Mi hermano me pidió que firma con él en un préstamo para un carro. ¿Es algo que me va a afectar en el proceso también de comprar casa?
Definitivamente sí. Hay diferentes modos que te puede afectar. Primero es si estás aplicando para casa, ese pago se va a contar contra ti. Y luego lo otro que puede ser peor, que si tu hermano no paga a tiempo. Entonces a eso también te va a afectar. Si le llegan a hacer un juicio, entonces te van a llevar a ti también, que es la demanda que estamos hablando. Eso ya te puede afectar.
No recomiendas que presto mi crédito a nadie.
A nadie.
A nadie, ni mi mamá.
A mí nomás.
Ok. Las facturas de celulares, ¿te afectan su crédito? ¿Eso también se reporta?
Se reportan al buró en el modo de que si no se paga la cuenta. Experian, uno de los burós, está reportando ahora y según te está ayudando para que subas tus puntos. Nada más que yo sepas Experian. Pero Equifax y TransUnion, el modo de que ellos no van a reportarlo, pero si no se paga la cuenta y se va para colección, entonces sí lo van a reportar los tres.
Okay. Tengo varios préstamos de estudiantes. ¿Eso también me puede afectar el proceso de comprar casa?
¿En qué estado están los préstamos
Ahorita,
de estudiante, Jenny?
Ahorita no los ha pagado.
Oh. ¿Y quieres comprar casa?
Sí.
Sí, te va a afectar. Definitivamente, como estamos hablando de los puntuajes, cuentas atrasadas, aunque estén 30 días, 60 días, te está afectando demasiado los puntos, más si es que están en colecciones. Especialmente los préstamos de estudiante, estamos hablando que el crédito, colecciones, cuentas que están en estado mal, se quedan 7 años, pero lo que es del gobierno, lo que sea cuentas del estudiante, child support, taxes, esos se van a quedar mucho tiempo si no los pagas, si no se pagan.
Ok, tengo préstamos estudiante que no están en colecciones, pero tampoco no lo está pagando porque todavía estoy en escuela. ¿Eso también me va a afectar si no lo estoy pagando?
Si están al corriente, también si están ahorita, los tienes en un plan de que está parado, ¿verdad? Te van a afectar en el modo de que se va a contar ese pago porque lo van a tener que pagar.
Okay. So, no importa en qué estatus están los préstamos de estudiante, me van a afectar.
Sí,
de
al
cualquier
corriente
manera.
o que estén más, que estén atrasados. Pero sí, porque tienes ese pago que se va a tener que pagar pronto.
Okay. Tenemos otra pregunta en el Facebook, de Facebook. ¿Qué haces si encuentras un error en tu informe de crédito?
So, eso es bien importante. Por eso cuando hacemos asesoría con Affordable Homes, siempre les recomendamos a las personas que manden pedir su reporte gratis con annualcreditreport.com. Ese es gratis una vez al año y les siempre recomendamos que revisen esos reportes de crédito para que si hay algún error, entonces lo mandes corregir. Si tú no lo haces, nadie lo va a poder corregir.
Okay. ¿Y qué son unos errores populares o que has visto?
Lo más común es cuando liquidas una cuenta de colección. Pagas la cuenta y a veces la compañía no se reporta al buró y entonces tú aplicas para tu casa y enseña todavía que debes un balance y te está afectando. So, esos son los más errores que hay.
Ok. ¿Y cómo puedo prevenir mi informe de crédito para hacer esas correcciones?
So, como dije anteriormente, puedes pedirlos a la annualcreditreport.com. Es gratis una vez al año. O a veces cuando te rechazan para crédito te dan una carta de rechazo. Eso lo puedes hacer las veces que te den un rechazo. La carta es gratis y puedes mandar a pedir los 3 también. Y es, como te digo, pedir los reportes de crédito, revisar que todo está correcto, mandar cualquiera disputas que tengas con el buró. Cuando el credit bureau reciba toda esa información, la corrige, te manda un reporte corregido a tu casa o por email y siempre los guardas, no los tires porque es bien información muy, muy importante.
Okay. Gracias, Gloria. Ya me lo terminamos. ¿Qué son unos consejos que quieres dar a las personas que quieren comprar casa y necesitan ayuda con su crédito?
Yo les recomiendo, como les dije, a Affordable Homes tenemos asesoría gratis para prepararlos para la compra de la casa. Sí pueden llamarnos a la oficina al 687-6263. Estamos aquí para contestarles cualquier pregunta que tengan y seguramente también ponerles una cita si es que necesitan nuestra ayuda.
Ok, dijiste que esa cita va a ser gratis, ¿verdad?
Las citas son gratis para asesoría, correcto.
¿Y esa cita es para personas que están comprando con Affordable Homes o puedes ayudar a todos?
Es para cualquier persona.
Okay. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy y gracias a Gloria por tan buena información. La palabra clave para este segmento es TransUnion. Envía un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyersfair.org con esa palabra. Una vez más, la palabra es TransUnion. Para tener la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta.
¿Están listas para ser contadas? Sí.
El censo 2020 está por llegar y no queremos que te quedes sin ser contado.
Esto afecta a la vivienda, el transporte, el empleo.
La asistencia médica, las políticas públicas, nuestros representantes y por supuesto también la educación.
Debemos asegurarnos que todos los hombres, mujeres y niños en el Valle del Río Grande sean contados.
En este censo 2020, hágase contar.
Oh.
No, you're next. No,
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas-powered generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
Hi guys, welcome back to the 22nd Annual Home Buyer Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we're going to be discussing property taxes and insurance. The first 15 minutes will be in English, y los últimos 15 minutos serán en español. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. My name is Jamie Bella, and I'm a HUD certified senior home buyer advisor with Affordable Homes of South Texas. Today, we are with George Gonzalez, assistant chief appraiser with the Hidalgo County Appraisal District, and Rose Elias, CEO of Hope Insurance. Hi guys, how are you?
Hello. Thank you for
lady.
having us.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Hope you guys can share tons of your knowledge and information to everyone watching at home. So my first question, I guess this is for George. How are property taxes used and evaluated?
So the property taxes, everything starts with the appraisal district. We appraise the property as of January the 1st every year. And that information is given to all the taxing entities, the schools, the cities, and the counties, who in turn set a tax rate and collect taxes so that they can go and have the public services that we all take advantage of.
Okay. And how often is my property going to be appraised?
So as you know, we appraise your property every January the 1st. However, by law, we're required to physically inspect your property at least once every 3 years.
Okay. So if I recently closed on my property in July, is it going to match the appraisal done by the county in January?
If you just purchased it in this coming July, for instance, the appraised value that we have might be a little bit different because we appraised it as of January 1st, 6 months ago or 7 months ago. So it depends on if there's a variance in the market.
Okay, and what are some factors, what can change my appraisal?
A good question. Obviously, you know, the market is always changing. There are physical forces that are out there. We call them physical, functional, and obsolescence. Physical is your house depreciating as normal. Functional, if you have issues with the house, like foundation issues, and obsolescence, if it's not usable anymore. So those three factors are the ones that determine the three types of depreciation that we measure.
Okay, so chances are if a school opened up down the street or a fire station, police department, chances are my taxes are probably going to go up, right?
The chances are that a house next to a school, elementary especially, or middle school, they go kind of hand in hand, so it might increase their values.
Okay, so if I got a letter in the mail that my taxes went up, but I know there's been no major changes in the area, nor to my structure, do I have any options at that point, or is it whatever the county says, I'm stuck with it?
So what we do by law, and real quick, the appraisal district is actually a state agency. We're not associated with any local governments. We actually have to give the property owner due process. Every April, we send out a notification of increase in values to a property owner. They have 30 days to file a protest by state law. And we have informal hearings with the public. We have formal hearings with the public. Of course, this year, things are a little bit different. We have to certify our values every year. It's a cycle by July 25th to each of the taxing entities. And then we go do the next part of the county, and they do their job over there.
Okay, and who would be the one to let the homeowners know of that increase? Is it going to be the appraisal district, or would it be the mortgage servicer?
So the appraisal district's job, Janie, is the one that has to, by law, inform the public every April. So when you get a notice, when you get that piece of paper every April, and you say, well, my taxes went up, don't go to the tax office. It's actually our office that's sending you that notification. And it's our office that if you have any questions regarding the estimate we're giving you. And mind you, that's just an estimate. It's not etched in stone until we certify it in July. So the public, this is the part where the public plays a big part, and their involvement is utterly important in the process.
Okay, thank you. Rose, he's been mentioning appraised value a lot. Does that have a direct effect on a customer's homeowner's insurance?
Not really. The appraised value that the county uses, I'm sure the variables that they use are important, but not necessarily is what we use. We use what is called replacement cost value to insure a home. Now, replacement cost, the definition of that is what it takes to replace, repair at the time of the loss. And that's it. There's no depreciation. They're not going to deduct any money for how old the home is. That's what we like to insure a home for. Now, I have had many people say, but my appraisal only says that the house is worth $80,000 and you're insuring it for $120,000. So I have to explain to them that the appraisal value is totally different from what we have to insure the home for, because we have to account for, if the home is a total loss, there is debris removal costs, which are very expensive. Sometimes it could take up to 20% of the value of the home. Let's say $100,000 home. Sometimes it takes up to $20,000 to go in and remove all the bad stuff that happened in that particular site, and then have to rebuild it. So it may be 100, 120, it might even be more than that. And we've had that happen where there wasn't enough money to rebuild after removing the debris and after and when they started constructing the house again. So it is not, it really has nothing to do with what the appraisal value is. So another example, and you mentioned that if you build a school down the street, okay, the property value, according to the county, is going to go up. For us, that has nothing to do with it. It is we go by the square footage, by the construction, whether it's brick or frame or two-story. And there's other variables that we use, but the main thing is the replacement cost of the house.
Okay, thank you. I know Jorge mentioned that there's appraisals done every year on the property. Is that the same for insurance? Do you do inspections on the property each year before it's time for renewal?
Most of the time, yes. Not always. There are a few companies that will do it every 2 years. But in general, nowadays, most of the companies are going through the expense of checking the homes every single year. They want to make sure there's no damage. They want to make sure that nothing was added that they didn't know about. Just they have to be careful, because when we had the hailstorms back in 2012, and the adjusters came to look at the homes and look at the damage, there was an addition. They had enclosed a carport, and now it was actually part of the building, and there wasn't enough money to replace that roof. So they do have to do an inspection every year.
So adding a shed or a storage or a swimming pool to my property, is that something that would affect me tax-wise and insurance-wise?
Both, yes, absolutely. I can't speak for the county, but I can speak for the insurance company, and they want to make sure that we are including everything every year that is part of that homestead. Sometimes there are insurance companies that will automatically increase the value of the home without even seeing it. And again, the client comes in and they'll say, hey, last year you insured it for 100 and now you're insuring it for 110 and you're raising my premium. But then you also have to consider inflation. It's going to cost more to rebuild a home this year than it did, 5 years ago or
Okay. Rose, I know you just mentioned the word homestead. I'm going to go back to Jorge and ask him. I've heard of something called the homestead exemption. Can you give us a little bit more information on that?
So the state of Texas has a homestead exemption if you obviously live in your primary home and that's your place of residence. You get some sort of tax relief. It winds up to being a few $100s off your tax bill for your high school, for your independent school district, PSJ, McAllen, Edinburgh, not for your city or for your for the county. There's also another exemption called the over 65 exemption. So what Texas did was, if you turn 60, once you turn 65, that homestead gets an additional exemption added to it that not only reduces your taxes, but in many instances freezes. It's called the tax ceiling exemption. So for people that are 65 and over, and obviously, their assets are depleted as far as finances, they're able to at least try and freeze the taxes when they turn 65, assuming they haven't added anything to the property. Now, here's a caveat to that. As Rose just mentioned, we use the same appraisal guides that they use, and they do change. And you mentioned the school increasing values. That's not the only thing that increases values. Cost indicators. Our schedules are cost-based, similar to the insurance industry, but we use depreciation as a factor because it's a depreciated value. So we can increase the value of your house, for instance, if you have a homestead or an over 65 exemption, but there's limits as to what your tax increase can be. Those are two different things. Your tax increase can only be at 10% from one year to the next, but your value can go from 100 to 150,000. But your assessed value, which is your taxable value, will go up to 110,000. People that have taxes frozen sometimes have a misunderstanding. They think my value shouldn't be going up anymore. So because my taxes are frozen. So what we have to do is explain to them, the law protects your tax ceiling. It doesn't protect your tax value. The value is based on the market, the cost, and all other factors. So your house value could be $200,000, but you're paying when you turn 65, and it was at $100,000, 10 years ago. Which is sometimes a good thing because the value keeps going up, but your taxes might be frozen.
Okay, cool. So you did mention the homestead exemption and you mentioned the over 65 exemption. Are those things that are automatically applied to the homestead, or is that something that they have to apply for?
Absolutely. These are all state exemptions, obviously. You have to apply for them. They're not automatic. So even if you do a closing at a title company and they say, hey, there's an exemption you qualify for, it's not automatic. First of all, you have to come in and apply for it. The over 65, you have to come in because sometimes we don't know if people move out and they don't change the title. There's an abundance of, there's disabled vet exemptions. There's a disabled vet exemption that eliminates all your taxes on your house. Those are the people that are unemployed. That one passed in 2009. So if I'm a disabled vet, and I am considered unemployable as determined by the VA, in other words, I can't work, then it's 100% tax exemption on your house. Okay, doesn't matter whether it's $1 million house or a $10,000 home. So that winds up being fully exempt. You have to apply for it, and you have to apply for them. Normally, we would say at our office and or our email or our website, but now because our office is closed, you're only able to do it through our portal on our website.
Okay, and what documents do I need to file for that exemption? I'm sorry, Rose.
It's okay.
Documents, good question. Look, we'll typically know who already owns the property because we'll get a copy of the recorded deed from the courthouse. However, if you want to reassure yourself, just bring that information. You have to have a driver's license. Whoever owns the house, whether it's one spouse or another, the driver's license has to match the physical address of that property. Okay. And if it doesn't, then we won't accept the P.O. box address. Unfortunately, there's people that have actually taken advantage of the system. They might try and claim it in two different places, either in the state, the county, or another part of the U.S. It's against the law. So you need a driver's license, the title. If you don't have it, we'll probably already have it. If it's for a disabled vet, we'll need a letter from the VA. If for a disability in general, we'll need some sort of information from the Social Security Administration and or your doctor. Obviously, if you're over 65, that's going to show it on your driver's license. And it doesn't matter who's the one that's 65. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or the woman, where that's as long as one of them is turning 65. For instance, if somebody's turning 65 on December 31st, at the end of the year, they get the exemption for the whole year.
Oh, wow.
It used to be different. In the old days, you wouldn't get it until the following year, but the law changed about 10 years ago, and they say, you know what, we're not going to penalize them. We're going to give them credit for all 12 months. So if you were born on the 31st and you're turning 65 this year, you can come and apply for it through our website right now.
Okay. Thank you so much for that information, guys. It's been great. And thank you for joining us today. The key word for this segment is homestead. HOMESTED. You can go ahead and send an email to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with that word for a chance to win a gift card. And one more time, the word is homestead. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Ahorita regresamos en español.
Wow, this is a lot of paperwork. You know, I know the census is important. I want to participate, but all these papers?
Don't get overwhelmed by the 2020 census forms. Respond online or even over the phone. It's easy. Starting March 12th, just visit my2020census.gov and enter your census ID on the letter mailed to you, or just call the number. Confirm your information and complete the census in one session, or you'll have to start over. It's that easy.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestro 22nd Annual Home Buyer Fair. Estén atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Janie Vela y soy una de las asesoras certificadas por HUD con Affordable Homes de South Texas. Hoy estamos con Jorge González, Assistant Chief Appraiser con el Hidalgo County Appraisal District, and Rosa Valles, CEO de Hope Insurance, para hablar sobre el tema de impuestos y seguro. Thank you guys. Hi, ¿cómo están?
Hello.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola. So vamos a comenzar con Jorge. Mi pregunta es, ¿cómo se usan y evalúan los impuestos de la propiedad?
El trabajo de nosotros es la información que nosotros evaluamos cada año, que es el día 1 de enero. Esa información, esos valúos se les mandan, se certifican y se les mandan a las oficinas de impuestos de nuestro condado, las escuelas y las ciudades. Y eso se usan para nuestras escuelas, las policías, los bomberos, nuestras calles, la basura, cosas así.
Okay. ¿Y con qué frecuencia se evalúa mi propiedad?
La frecuencia es anualmente. Del día 1 de enero nosotros medimos o determinamos el valor de las propiedades.
Okay. Y Rose, Jorge está hablando de la evaluación de la propiedad. ¿Eso afecta el costo de mi seguro?
La evaluación del condado no afecta el costo de seguro. Lo que afecta el costo de seguro es cuánto va a costar para volver a hacer esa casa como nueva a la hora de un reclamo grande, un incendio, un huracán. Muchas veces la gente viene y me dice que por qué si el condado nada más tiene evaluado la casa a 80,000, ¿por qué yo la estoy asegurando por 120,000? Y les tengo que explicar que para hacer esa casa nueva, como estaba originalmente, ahorita es más caro, la inflación, todo es más caro y aparte tiene que incluir otros gastos como quitar toda la basura que se acumuló en el incendio o en el huracán. Ahora, yo les sugiero a la gente que cada año, por lo menos cada año, y hagan pregunten con diferentes agentes cuánto cuesta el seguro, porque las diferentes compañías de seguro, ellos de un año para otro pueden subir bastante. Yo he visto compañías de seguro que un año están cobrando $700 al año por el seguro y para el año que entra, para esa misma casa, ya le subieron más de 500 y ahora está costando más de $1,000 el seguro. Entonces, es muy importante que la gente se dé cuenta qué otros precios hay, vayan con otros agentes, porque si no se fijan, entonces el seguro va a afectar el pago mensual de su casa, del mortgage, de la hipoteca. Les va a subir el pago y luego van a decir, pues, ¿por qué? Pues por el seguro y a veces también por las taxas que también suben. Pero esa era una cosa que yo quisiera que la gente se anime a empezar a investigar sus propias pólizas, a ver qué es lo que les están cobrando.
Ok, Rosa, dijiste que el costo de seguro me va a afectar mi pago.
Sí, te afecta el pago por la razón de que cada mes en tu pago mensual de tu casa te están incluyendo una porción para el seguro y otra porción para las taxas de la propiedad. Y eso se va acumulando para que a fin del año tenga el mortgage company, ustedes, que tengan suficiente dinero para pagar el seguro y para pagar las taxas. Entonces, si llega el año y no hay suficiente dinero en ese escrow account que le dicen, es como un ahorro, no hay suficiente dinero, entonces le van a tener que subir el pago mensual al dueño de la casa.
Ok, y Jorge, si mis impuestos suben, ¿también va a subir el pago de mi casa?
Sí, es posible que cada incremento de valor suba los impuestos. El ejemplo de nosotros es por cada $10,000 de valú que incrementa, estamos hablando de $300 por año de impuestos que va a incrementar. Muchas veces viene la gente y dice, es que mi mortgage company en el escrow dice que va a subir $1,000 y es por las taxas. Y nos sentamos, les explicamos a ellos, a nosotros, normalmente incluye el private mortgage insurance, el insurance y las taxes, ¿verdad? El valor que le subimos, por ejemplo, de 10,000 va a afectarles $300 dividido por 12. No es el subir los $1,000. Sí te va a subir, pero es todo estar enterado exactamente cuánto te va a afectar lo que hacemos nosotros.
Ok, ¿qué opciones tengo si subió la evaluación de mi propiedad? ¿Puedo hacer algo o así se va a quedar por siempre?
No, así es. Los valús, primeramente los valús cambian cada año. Desafortunadamente no están frozen, por eso suben los aseguros, por eso sube todo. Pero hay un proceso que nosotros por ley estatal tenemos que mandarle nosotros avisar al dueño de la propiedad que va a haber un incremento. Así es que si recibes un documento que se le llama el appraisal notice cada abril, eso quiere decir que tu propiedad subió por lo menos $1,000 de valor. ¿Ok? Y en ese entonces, ahí hay instrucciones y en esas instrucciones estamos indicando qué es lo que puedes hacer. O estás satisfecho o no estás satisfecho. Si estás satisfecho, lo dejamos así. Si no estás satisfecho, entonces protestas. Tienes 30 días para protestar. Empezamos las juntas informales con los propietarios y formales al mismo tiempo que hay una cámara que se encarga de hacer decisiones sobre los valores. Ya cuando se ajusten todos los valores, que es el mes de julio, la información esa la certificamos y se la mandamos a las oficinas de impuestos.
Esa carta, esa notificación, lo vamos a recibir del appraisal district, ¿verdad? No de la compañía hipotecaria.
Así es. Nosotros mandamos cada abril mandamos las notificaciones. Este año mandamos 240,000 notificaciones. Tenemos 140,000 propiedades en el condado. Casi todos recibieron uno, pero no todos.
Okay. Otra pregunta para Rose. ¿Qué debo de tomar en cuenta cuando estoy buscando un agente de seguros?
Pues principalmente necesitamos fijarnos que esa persona, ese agente, el dueño, sea alguien reputable, alguien que tiene por lo menos unos 4 o 5 años en el negocio, que ya se conoce en la comunidad. Muchas veces también puedes pedir información de tus amigos, de tus familiares, saber qué tipo de resultado han tenido con algún agente. En todos los negocios hay personas que a veces no hacen bien las cosas, entonces es muy importante de que pregunten en diferentes lugares y a ver qué persona te va a dar la atención que tú quieres, que te contesten todas tus preguntas, que te pongan todo en escrito, no nomás de boca. Eso es muy importante.
Ok, gracias. Jorge, quiero hablar un poquito de algo. En inglés se dice el Homestead Exemption, extensión de Homestead. ¿Me puedes decir un poquito más de eso?
Sí, la extensión de Homestead es una Homestead que es estatal, que un individual que esté viviendo en su casa y desafortunadamente hay gente que nunca ha oído esto. Es un ahorro anual que este individual puede estar recibiendo, no en efectivo, sino que sobre rebaja de los impuestos de $200 o $300 por año, ¿verdad? Siempre y cuando vivas en esa casa, tú tengas la licencia que indique que ahí vives en esa casa y que las escrituras estén en el nombre tuyo, ¿verdad? Porque si eres rentero, no puedes hacer el claim de homestead, tienes que ser el dueño o estás pagando la hipoteca, ¿verdad? Al mismo tiempo. Ese es el de los que tienen 65 años, los veteranos, deshabilitados. Hay muchos tipos de excepciones que un individual puede aplicar y cualificar y todas empiezan con el homestead.
Ok, ¿y cómo puedo entregar o aplicar para esas exenciones?
Sí, así es. Bueno, tenemos las oficinas cerradas ahorita y con este periodo parece que desafortunadamente van a estar cerradas, pero estamos trabajando en nuestras oficinas. Toda esta información se puede adquirir en nuestra página de internet, hidalgoad.org. Tenemos ahí un page que puedes conseguir información, las formas estatales, las puedes recibir, las puedes llenar, nos las puedes mandar. Tenemos un buzón afuera de la oficina donde las puedes mandar. Hay muchas maneras que se pueden hacer, pero una de ellas, desafortunadamente, no es entrar al edificio.
Okay. Y Rose, ya nomás tenemos como 3 minutos, pero no sé si tienes otra información que quieres aconsejar a las personas que están interesados en comprar casa y van a necesitar hallar un agente de seguros.
Claro que sí, mira, lo importante para una persona que anda buscando seguro de casa es que sepan un poquito de las palabras de la descripción de la cobertura. Hay 2 cosas importantes. Una es replacement cost y la otra es actual cash value. Cuando un agente te dice, esta casa está asegurada por ACV o actual cash value, hay que tener cuidado porque ese tipo de cobertura no es bueno. Es más barato, obviamente, pero lo que va a pasar es que a la hora del reclamo le van a rebajar depreciación de la edad del edificio o del daño. Por ejemplo, si tienes un techo que se dañó y ese techo tiene una vida de 30 años y el techo tiene 15 años, hace 15 años lo instalaron. Si tienes actual cash value, va a venir el ajustador y le va a quitar el 50% del valor a ese techo. Si va a costar $10,000 para poner un techo nuevo, inmediatamente le van a rebajar $5,000 porque ese techo tiene ya la mitad, tiene 15 años y es un techo de 30. Te van a mandar mucho menos de lo que se necesita. Replacement cost es lo que se necesita tener en todos los seguros de casa, es muy importante. El agente de seguro te lo tiene que explicar bien y recuerda esa palabra, replacement cost. Si no tiene replacement cost, no es una buena póliza.
Okay. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy y gracias a Rose y a Jorge para tan buena información. La palabra clave para este segmento es seguro. Envía un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyersfair.org con esa palabra. Una vez más, la palabra va a ser seguro para tener la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Gracias a todos por estar con nosotros y ahorita regresamos con el próximo sesión.
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas power generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
Hello.
Hey, Gabby. Eric.
Hey. Okay, I'm here.
Welcome back to the 22nd Annual Homebuyer Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we will be talking to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The first 15 minutes will be in English y los últimos 15 minutos será en español. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. My name is Gabby, and I am a customer journey specialist with Affordable Homes of South Texas. And we are with Lisa Johnson, Home Ownership Officer, and Eric Soriano, Housing Finance Consultant with TDHCA. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hey, thank you for having us and inviting us out and doing this online.
Thank you. So real quick, what is TDHCA?
I'll start. I'm Lisa Johnson. TDHCA was started back in 1991, by the Texas legislature, and we are charged with the duty to offer safe, decent, and affordable housing for all of Texans. With that, our Texas Homeownership Program was developed to help with down payment assistance, mortgage credit certificates, and general support. That's our first and primary thing to do, is to answer the phone and answer questions for future home buyers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so TDHCA, we are the official state agency for the state of Texas for Department of Housing. So we do a lot of things around the state, different cities. We partner with local communities to support them in many different ways. What myself, Eric, and Lisa specialize in is down payment assistance programs. Besides what we do, there is, multifamily stuff, affordable apartments. There's so much more that the agency provides that it's really a big thing. It's a big department.
It's a big agency, yeah.
That it's not something simple that we can continue and depict everything. But as far as for me and Lisa, yes, down payment assistance. We're here to answer a lot of the questions, to maybe answer questions that somebody has continued to bring up.
So I know when I think about TDHCA, I think of right away first-time homeowners. Is it necessarily just for first-time homeowners, or can it be for anyone looking to purchase?
So it always has been. That's kind of how it's always begun. So first-time home buyers, low to moderate home buying individuals that are looking to get into programs. But now there's so many different financial structures that we can use, that we now have programs that are also for non-first-time home buyers. But the biggest thing to know is that they have to be looking for a new primary residence. So TDHCA, our Department of Housing, is not in the business of financing investments or rentals elsewhere. Whenever they use our program, this is the intention that they're going to be using it to a home that they're going to be residing in.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And what is necessarily required? Is there any kind of prerequisites for this program?
There are. We're very fortunate to have the strength of the state of Texas behind us. So we have, in the industry, the way they call them credit overlays. We have the luxury of having minimal overlays, which means when you go to your lender is going to say, this is what's going to be required for you to get a loan, correct? There are down payment assistance sources that have their own extra requirements, and we're very fortunate to have minimal requirements. So our minimal credit score is a 620 FICO score. Pretty much everything else goes by what the lender is going to require. Our mission, again, is to say yes wherever possible, so we try to minimize our requirements.
And what is the process to apply for this program?
I'm sorry?
The process to apply for the program?
Eric, do you want to?
Yeah, I can speak on this. So our program is available statewide. So we work with different lenders, and that's really the first step, is finding a lender that already partners with our program, and there's tons of them. A lot of the mortgage companies that maybe somebody that's listening now that you may be working with, they may already have our program under their tool belt. So really, it's just contacting a lender, letting them know, hey, I'm familiar with the down payment assistance program that the Texas Department of Housing has, TDHCA. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? So the lenders are still the front runner that does the mortgage process. They gather all the documents. They're still the main individual that you will be contacting. So there isn't anything new that's going on here. It's just knowing that the lender that you are going to be working with does work with our program too.
And what about eligible properties? Is there any property in the state of Texas, any county?
Yes, yeah. So like I said earlier, we do statewide. So this includes our program as well. As far as eligible, they do have to be in the state of Texas. You don't have to be a resident of Texas, but you do have to be moving here, of course, if you're going to be buying here, because that's still your primary residence that you're buying.
And it'll be a single family residence, or you can go up to a duplex if you're going to live in one side. So it's owner occupied, single family, just a normal regular house, or a duplex.
Yeah.
We do offer manufactured homes as well, correct, with certain requirements.
And with single family homes, we're meaning it could be a townhome, it can be a condominium, it can be just the average home that you see on there, new builds, all that variety, and the key important part is that it's move-in ready, meaning that whenever we help you get into this home, we're not doing this for any homes that has major problems. If there's major problems, we're not going to move forward, because we don't want that home buyer to be hit with a burden down the line.
And the process in order to apply?
The process starts with really, we like to say, to educate yourself. Our website is robust, full of all sorts of different resources. As Fernando had said in his presentation to you earlier, we're looking for partners, meaning the home buyers, to invest in their own future and ask us, and we're there to help as well. So we start with educating yourself. We have a free online Homebuyer University where you can take a class to learn about buying homes and mortgage credit certificates. Really the next step, I think, this is a personal bias, is to reach out to a lender and interview several till you find the right one that matches your requirements, and then get pre-qualified. And once you know what your challenges are, or you may not have any challenges, your lender can help you work with those and get prepared. So when you're ready to find a realtor and go find a house, you're set and ready to go. So education is the first step.
And is there any restrictions besides, or like any income limits that a customer has to oblige by for this program?
There are. Eric might want to talk about that.
Yeah, so earlier you mentioned if there was any, what was it, a requirement?
Income limit?
Well, I was trying to cut back to the original question. So the big three that I usually point out is the credit score of 620 and above, the income limits, purchasing price limits. So you can leave that on that slide there. The income and purchase price limits vary throughout the state of Texas. We have a PDF sheet that really breaks it down. And right now I want to go into McAllen specifically, just because I have it pulled up, and anybody that's listening, I can instantly go ahead and tell you, whether you think you want to move forward. So as for income limits in the McAllen area, a 1 to 2 person household is $74,500 or less. So you have to be making less than that amount. Anything over would effectively overqualify. For a family of 3 or more, so it could be husband and wife with 2 children, a single mother, single father with 2 children plus, 3 or more, $85,675 or less. So $85,600 or less, and you would be eligible to move forward with our program. So just to cap, 620 income and purchasing price limits. But the big thing that you still have to do is get pre-approved. You still have to go with the lender. The lender still does their normal mortgage process, which is, they make sure you do have stable income. They make sure that you are able to get a 30-year commitment, and that's ideally the biggest thing that everybody needs to remember whenever they're going into buying a home. Yes, we do help you, and we get you, we put your foot through the door essentially, but that is still a 30-year commitment that I'm sure everybody that spent their day here, learning everything, has a lot of motivation to do this. So I think whoever is listening is probably at that point that they know that they're ready to commit.
And a borrower must have a valid SSN, right? Like a social security number.
A valid social security number,
all of that has to be.
Or ITIN.
Or
ITIN. Mm-hmm.
So thank you so much for joining us today. And we will be back in Spanish in the next segment. The key word for this segment is home ownership. You can send an email to info@thehomebuyerfair.org with that word for a chance to win a gift card. So once again, that word is home ownership. And for more information, you can also visit the TDHCA website. And you can also reach them at 800-792-1119, and you can speak to a representative in English and Spanish.
Wow, this is a lot of paperwork. I know the census is important. I want to participate, but all these papers?
Don't get overwhelmed by the 2020 census forms. Respond online or even over the phone. It's easy. Starting March 12th, just visit my2020census.gov and enter your census ID on the letter mailed to you, or just call the number. Confirm your information and complete the census in one session, or you'll have to start over. It's that easy.
Can an elementary student or a construction worker in a small town shape the United States of America?
Yes! This 2020 census will determine funding for special education, teacher training, technology,
school lunch assistance, Head Start, and after-school programs.
Join us and be counted.
Because together we can shape our future.
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast, because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas-powered generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestro 22nd Annual Home Buyers Fair. Durante los próximos 15 minutos hablaremos con el Departamento de Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs y estén atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Gabby y soy una Customer Journey Specialist con Affordable Homes of South Texas y hoy estamos con Lisa Johnson, Home Ownership Officer, y Eric Soriano, Housing Finance Consultant with TDHCA. Bienvenidos.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Sí, unas cuantas preguntas. ¿Qué es el programa de TDHCA?
TDHCA es el Departamento de Viviendas para el Estado de Texas. Nosotros, yo y Lisa, somos Departamento de Homeownership. Nosotros trabajamos para hacer el down payment assistance, la ayuda del enganche y los costos de cierre para gente que quieren comprar casa nueva o que quieren comprar casa y necesitan ayuda con los inicios cobros para poder ser homeowners.
Y el programa de TDHCA es considerado un programa para gente que son compradores de casa por primera vez o puede ser para alguna persona.
Tenemos de los dos. Siempre era para gente que busca casa por primera vez, pero ahora ya ayudamos a clientes que tal vez buscan una casa nueva, pero para que sea domicilio nuevo.
Domicilio nuevo. Y tienen el programa en todo el estado de Texas, ¿es correcto?
Correcto. Nosotros, como trabajamos, tenemos los préstamos, puede ser en Dallas, en McAllen, en San Antonio. Trabajamos con diferentes prestamistas que el proceso va a ser hecho por ellos, pero igual nosotros estamos haciendo algo por detrás que le estamos financiando los costos de cierre y la ayuda del enganche.
¿Y hay diferentes programas entre el programa de TDHCA o nomás es para los préstamos de comprar la casa?
La mayoría sería para comprar casa por primera vez. El departamento tiene otros negocios como de apartamentos y no remodelar, pero reparar casas a gente que sí lo necesita, pero por la mayoría esos programas se van con las comunidades de donde están. Cuando alguien busca apartamentos así de bajos ingresos, lo más probable es que los vamos a mandar a la comunidad que ellos sepan ahí de la área y qué es lo que estamos haciendo.
¿Y hay límites para las personas que están tratando de aplicar como de sus ingresos? ¿Hay un máximo de ingresos que pueden ganar o tienen un mínimo?
Sí, para nuestro programa, que es para comprar casa, no es nada para rentar, es para comprar. Tenemos ingresos que son diferentes en cada área del estado, pero como aquí tengo enfrente de mí la área de McAllen, porque hay muchos que están escuchando de esa área. Yo siempre digo los tres más importantes serían, primero, el credit score de 620 o más. Eso siempre va a ser muy importante, va a ser importante cuando vayan y busquen por un préstamo. Y luego los ingresos que son los requisitos serían para una o dos personas, sería 74,500 o menos para una persona o dos, y para una familia de tres o más sería 85,600 o menos. Ya eso es el límite para que puedan usar nuestro programa, que les ayuda con los costos de cierre y con el enganche. El dinero se puede ir a cualquiera de los dos, pero sí se tiene que aplicar al préstamo o al trámite.
¿Y las restricciones para este programa es necesario para ser ciudadanos residentes? ¿Necesitan que estar trabajando?
Sí, eso es bueno para nosotros. Los requisitos que tenemos sí es el SSN, el Social Security o un ITIN. Cuando una persona va y busca un préstamo, siempre lo que va a ser el requisito va a ser que tengan trabajo, que estén empleados, porque realmente se van a meter en un préstamo de 30 años y eso es la cosa más importante. Cuando van comenzando, todos hacen todo este proceso para que vean que ellos sí pueden lograr y sí se pueden quedar en esa casa.
¿Y la gente solicita directamente con TDHCA o va con diferentes compañías para preguntar sobre este préstamo?
Nos pueden llamar a nosotros, por supuesto. Aquí estamos, todos estamos aquí en Austin, siempre por correo electrónico o por número. Pero para hacer el proceso, para comenzarlo, es trabajar con un prestamista que ellos tienen nuestro programa, que ellos ya tienen el acceso a nuestro programa. So, ellos, y siempre digo los prestamistas, porque ellos son los que van a agarrar todos los documentos, ellos son la persona que va a hacer todo el trámite, y luego es cuando por detrás donde nosotros los metemos. El prestamista sí es la persona más importante. So, cuando vayan, y desde el inicio les pueden preguntar que si trabajan con el Estado o con programas de la asistencia del enganche. O igualmente los pueden llamar a nosotros, pero nosotros le vamos a dar un número de un préstamo para hacer el mismo proceso.
¿Y los números de interés cambian por cada persona que está aplicando?
Sí. Bueno, no por toda persona, pero cambian diarios dependiendo de cómo están todos los mercados. Es una buena pregunta porque nosotros en nuestro sitio de internet tenemos la tasa del interés que tenemos diariamente. Alguien lo puede ir a ver y pueden ver la tasa que tenemos para el día. No es la tasa de interés que van a recibir, pero cuando ya alguien va a hacer la reservación, ese día, si lo pueden ver la tasa de interés que van a agarrar.
Es más como un estimado para que tengan ellos.
No es un estimado, pero digo, como si yo voy y busco en mi sitio hoy y veo que la tasa está a 3.5, pero la reservación no va a estar como hasta otro mes. So ya cuando venga ese mes, ya saben que lo van a reservar. Ese día lo pueden checar y pueden ver, este va a ser mi tasa de interés.
Ok, nomás les quería dar muchas gracias por acompañarlos y nos entró una pregunta. Si entre los dos ganamos más de 85,000 con una familia de 3, pero individualmente gano menos de 75, calificar, si pueden calificar.
Si tienen los dos ya con los ingresos más, no van a poder calificar. Hay otros tipos de programas que tal vez sí van a poder usar, porque igualmente una persona, si están casados, una persona puede ser el único o la única en el préstamo. Pero si los dos tienen que estar en el préstamo, no van a calificar, ya van a ganar mucho dinero. Hay diferentes formas para alguien que pueda aplicar para un préstamo y eso es lo que le puedo decir. Lo importante para bien averiguar sería llamarle a un prestamista que sí trabaja con nosotros y les puede decir, mira, podemos usar este programa que también le ayuda con los costos de cierre, pero igual lo puede agarrar una persona al préstamo solo o sola, y hay diferentes formas que se puede avanzar.
Okay. So muchas gracias por acompañarnos, Lisa y Frank, desde sus casas. Tan buena información que nos dieron. La palabra clave para este segmento es Texas. Envía un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyersfair.org con esa palabra para tener la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Una vez más, el número de teléfono para el programa de TDHCA, si me lo pueden dar, por favor, si tienen preguntas nuestros clientes. Este número es 800-792-1119 y también pueden ir a la myfirsttexashome.com si tienen más preguntas por Lisa y Frank. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Para nosotros es importante asegurar a la comunidad que la información es información que el gobierno, el Departamento del Censo guarda con confidencialidad. Nos van a compartir la información con las otras agencias del gobierno, que es algo nomás solamente para acumular las estadísticas para la planificación hacia el futuro. Bueno, la importancia del censo, ¿no? Obviamente, pues es importante que todos tengan la oportunidad para registrarse y ser personas contadas aquí en el Valle. Y también a diseminar la información, lo que significa el censo. Que el gobierno cada 10 años busca la información, la edad, los números, la cantidad, el dónde, quién y cuántos de la zona, para que puedan ayudar en la planificación hacia el futuro.
What can we do to shape our community?
We can share.
Our knowledge.
Be leaders.
Or simply
participate in the census.
Let's make the Rio Grande Valley count.
When the Rio Grande Valley comes together,
anything is possible.
Let's make the Rio Grande Valley count.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, so welcome back to the 22nd Annual Homebuyer Fair. For the next few minutes, we'll be discussing about choosing the right realtor. For the first 15 minutes will be English, y los últimos 15 minutos serán en español. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter into winning a gift card. Bienvenidos a todos en nuestro segundo Homebuyer Fair. Durante los próximos 20 minutos hablaremos sobre el mobiliario. Los primeros 15 minutos serán en inglés y los últimos serán en español. Estén atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Tiffany y soy Local Homes. Hoy estamos con y Luis Zamora para hablar sobre inmobiliario y legado. Okay. So there's a couple questions that can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit of an echo, but I'm breaking up a little bit. But
okay, hopefully we won't have that problem.
that's better. Yeah, it's getting better.
Okay. So the first 15 minutes will be in English, and the first question is, what areas do you cover?
Right now, we cover most of the Rio Grande Valley, from Rio Grande and to about Harlingen, because we're dealing with two associations that we're involved in our brokerage. So we can cover those areas from that point to that point.
Yeah, basically Starr County to Cameron County. We've also done some projects in Willacy County as well. So we're valley-wide.
Great. Do you have a recommended vendors list that you offer to the customers?
We do have working relationships with certain inspectors, pest control companies, also subcontractors, contractors that be able to assist throughout the whole process of the home buying.
Mortgage companies as well.
Good. What is more or less your average number of clients that you get?
We try to work with maybe just a handful of clients because we want to provide, good customer service, which is very important to us. That old saying, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And if that were the case, I can just, we have other realtors and within our brokerage that we could recommend and refer them to so we can get them the attention that they need.
Mm-hmm. And do the customers that go to you, do you require a pre-approval from them before showing them any homes?
We don't require it per se. However, it's pretty much a common practice that if you're going to make an offer on a house, the agent that's listing the property that represents the seller is going to say, or they're going to ask you to provide a pre-approval letter from a mortgage company, a lender, a bank, or proof of funds to show that they have enough cash to buy the property. The reason for that is that the seller doesn't want to go under contract and remove their house from the market without having some type of reasonable assurance that the proposed purchaser is able to secure funds to buy the house. So that is pretty much a common practice, is to, if the agent, the real estate agent that's representing the buyer is going to be proposing an offer, a contract on the house, that it be accompanied by a proof of funds or approval letter from a lender.
Okay. And usually how long has the home been on the market before you start showing to the customers?
When we put a property on the market, typically I've seen a house get off the market, go under contract within hours of being on the market, but it could last months, even maybe over a year. Depends. You got to just trust your realtor and handle their advice on what your property is worth. You can't really get too emotionally attached to your property, and take their advice, and they're going to do all the proper comparables of what your property is worth, and that's you follow their advice, then maybe you get your house off the market much quicker.
Let me add something to that. That days on the market is driven by many variables. As Leo said, you want, if you're representing the seller, you want to put the house up for sale for what it's worth, not overvalue it. You won't have anybody showing it. The realtors are smart. They know, well, that house is way overpriced. Let's not show it. And besides that, even if you are able to get somebody that offers you that crazy number, the house will still need to be appraised for the lender, because the lender's not going to loan money based on a purchase price that the house would never appraise for. So that's an important factor too. As realtors, we are required to be educated in what the market is. So as Leo said, we run comparable sales to see what other homes in the area are selling for. That way, so that when you go to the appraisal, then the lender will approve the appraisal and you go forward. Another variable on how quickly a house sells is the price range. Right now, I'm just going to use McAllen as an example. If you have a house that's listed for, let's say, $100,000 to $125,000, I can guarantee you on your first day of putting it on the market, you're going to have multiple offers, because there isn't that many houses in that price range in McAllen. So you've got realtors that are checking every morning to see if there's a new listing in that price range, 100 to 125. That's a bargain. Let's jump on it. You've got buyers that are looking every day. So then if as soon as it hits the market, boom, you've got offers coming in right away. So those are the two main factors in respect to what drives the days on the market.
Okay, interesting. And what about to those who are interested in finding a realtor, but they have their own lot? Would you be able to assist them with any help?
Have their own what?
Find their own what?
Like, let's say they have their own lot, but they want the help of a realtor.
They have their own lot and they want to sell their lot, or
they want to build on it.
Building and all that.
Well, we do have work with certain builders that we can recommend, and set up appointments and see who they're more comfortable with, and typically they'll get to choose themselves, and we can go to start that process from there. I don't know what else you want to add to that.
I mean, as one of your first questions was whether or not we have a preferred list of vendors. Okay, so we work with realtors. We also have our own in-house custom home builder that we could recommend in addition to others. And as Leo said, we'll sit down, we'll look at, if you have your own plans, if you don't have your own plans, we have procured architects, designers that will design a home based on whatever specifications you have. Okay? But as realtors, we're not involved in the building. We can just refer them, lot owners, property owners to builders.
Okay. And who pays for your services? Let's just say me as a buyer or the seller who is trying to sell his home.
Typically, it's always the seller that's going to pay those services. If I'm working with the buyer, then the buyer is getting a realtor for free, and the seller is the one that's actually paying for the services.
Okay. So I'm not sure what you have as far as recommendations that you offer to your customers when looking for a real estate agent.
I'll go for that. I think you should talk to a couple, 2 or 3 different agents and see who you can work with. Ask a lot of questions. Ask how many years of experience that they have as a realtor. Let's say you can ask how many sales have you had in the last 6 months or 12 months or such. You want them to know. The more information, the better. But you want your agent, the one that's representing you as a seller or as a buyer, to be competent, which is one of the canons that we have as a realtor, that you know your market, that you be educated in your field, that you keep up with all of the continuing education classes so that you're abreast of all the new developments that are coming in. There's new legislation that comes in that affects the real estate code for the state of Texas. Every year, the contracts that we use are revised by the Real Estate Commission to make sure to close loopholes. If they see that there's a lot of lawsuits that are coming as a result of a certain specific paragraph in the contract, then what they do is they have their team of attorneys, on-staff attorneys, as well as a group of brokers to review the contract and decide, okay, you know what? We've seen 100 cases come in because of this specific paragraph. There's either a loophole in it, or it doesn't address certain issues, or there's a new trend that allows for these lawsuits to be coming in. So they come up with new terms for the contract. It's reviewed by the attorneys. It's reviewed by a panel of experienced brokers. They make recommendations for changes to the contract, and they come in. That's one of the things that we have to keep informed of, and that's part of our duty, what they call a fiduciary relationship to our clients, is to be able to serve them properly, professionally.
We'll see if maybe perhaps the audience has any other questions for you before we go into the Spanish segment. Okay. So it looks like we'll move on to Spanish.
Okay. That should be fun.
Okay. So the first question will be again, requiere una aprobación previa antes de ver casas.
You heard what I answered. You want me to get to Spanish? Okay. No es un requisito tener una carta de su prestamista, pero es muy buena idea tener ya preparado su carta al precio que pueden comprar. ¿Ok? Ahora, si nosotros somos realtors, tenemos compradores que representamos, por lo regular es muy común que la gente que representa al vendedor les va a pedir una carta porque ellos no quieren que su casa lo quitan del mercado en venta esperando que esos compradores puedan sacar su financiamiento. Entonces, para asegurar que es probable o mejores chances que sean aprobados y puedan comprar la casa, es muy buena idea que ellos tengan su carta ya del banco prestamista.
Okay. ¿Y por cuánto tiempo ha estado la casa en el mercado antes que señala la casa al cliente?
Pues depende del que está vendiendo la casa.
Right.
Puede estar por un día a un año, depende, permita que trust su realtor a evaluar la casa correcto con todos las casas que están alrededor de la colonia o de la ciudad, a cómo se estaba vendiendo, a qué precio.
El precio es muy importante también en cuántos días se va a tomar para vender. Ahorita, pues si usted tiene una casa que vale de 100,000 hasta 125,000 en la ciudad de McAllen, pues no hay muchas de esas casas en ese rango de precio. Entonces, el primer día que se pone en el mercado, vamos a tener 2, 3, 4 propuestas ofertas en la casa. Entonces, eso es muy importante. Al contrario, si es una casa que vale $500,000, hay muy poca gente aquí en el Valle que puede calificar para un préstamo, tienen los recursos para comprar esa casa. Esa casa se va a tomar 2 meses, quizás 6 meses para venderlo. Entonces, precio es muy importante en cuánto tiempo se va a tomar para vender.
Uh-huh. Y de una gente de vender casas, ¿también dan sobre servicios de renta?
Yes, sí. También podemos buscar para gente que quiere rentar nomás casas, apartamentos, y podemos buscar, como dijimos antes, todo el valle. Y sí, pues sí, podemos también hacer eso.
Y nosotros también tenemos una compañía que maneja varias propiedades que se rentan, principalmente casas, single family homes, y manejamos
61
casas que tenemos en renta. Ahorita estamos 100% ocupados, no tenemos nada disponible, pero sí también podemos asesorar gentes que buscan rentar una casa.
Okay. ¿Y en qué áreas cubres?
Todo el valle, desde de Starr County hasta Cameron County, Willacy County. En la isla también hemos tenido propiedades en venta. Entonces, podemos, realmente nuestra licencia para ser agentes de bienes y raíces cubre todo el estado de Texas. Entonces, si usted tiene una propiedad en Austin, San Antonio, Lubbock, Houston, también les podemos asesorar en esas ciudades también.
Y también tienes una lista que así recomiendas a los clientes sobre todos los servicios que ustedes tienen, o sea, para los clientes.
Sí, tenemos una lista de todo eso que podemos recomendar para la gente y pueden hablar a esas personas a ver con quién se puede les dar más mejor precio y de ahí pueden escoger a ver.
Okay. ¿Y cuáles son más o menos el número promedio de clientes que ustedes tienen?
Bueno, eso depende en el agente. Hay varias agentes de bienes raíces que tienen 20, 30 clientes, pero lo más importante es que el agente puede dar los servicios profesionales a sus clientes. Entonces, si por ejemplo se me llena la cocina de agua y tengo muchos clientes, entonces le paso a Leo. Tenemos otros agentes también que aquí en la oficina que podemos mandar a estos clientes, porque cualquier agente le puede poner la casa en venta, le puede ayudar con varios, pero lo importante es dar el servicio profesional a los clientes. Entonces tratamos de no tener 20 clientes con quien estamos trabajando, pero servicio es número uno aquí.
Muy bien. Y todos los agentes que ustedes sepan, sí cobran el mismo rate, o sería diferente.
Todo es negociable. ¿Okay? Por lo regular, si vamos a poner una casa en venta, cobramos el 6% del precio en que se vende la casa, pero todo es negociable. Por ejemplo, si es una casa de $500,000, pues el 6% es mucho dinero. Quizás el vendedor dice, pues vamos a ponerla en venta por 5%. ¿Okay? Entonces todo se puede negociar.
¿Y cómo uno de un cliente puede buscar un agente de raíz?
Pues el internet, ahí pues
internet y también word of mouth, o sea, preguntar a la gente, familia, amigos, oye, ¿quién le dio buen servicio en la compra de su casa?
O aquí estás hablando con unos dos, aquí estamos.
Muy bien, vamos a ver si caso que hay otras preguntas.
I saw a question come up just now, but I didn't have a chance to read it.
I think it was that one.
Was that one?
Yes.
Okay.
There's some live comments here. Is that for us?
Okay, so that sounds like we should be wrapping it up. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you, of course, to Leo and Luis for providing us such great information. The keyword for this segment is realtor. You can send an email to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with that word for a chance to win a gift card. Gracias por todos acompañarnos hoy y gracias a Leo y Luis por tan buena información. La palabra clave para este segmento es agente de bienes raíces. Envíe un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyersfair.org con esa palabra para tener la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Cada década, América se une para contar a cada persona en los Estados Unidos.
Así es, Mario. El census es un conteo de la población y las viviendas en nuestra región, y esto impacta nuestra representación gubernamental.
Y la distribución anual de cerca de $700,000 millones en fondos federales.
Así es que asegúrense que cada hombre, mujer y niño en nuestra región es contado.
Tengan en cuenta que nuestra comunidad se beneficia más
cuando todos participamos.
¿Puede un niño en la escuela primaria o un trabajador de construcción formar parte de los Estados Unidos?
Sí. ¿Sabían que este censo 2020 recaudará fondos para la educación especial, la formación de profesores y la tecnología?
Lo que son también los alimentos escolares, el Head Start y los programas extraescolares. Únese a nosotros para que sean contados.
Porque juntos podemos formar nuestro futuro.
Welcome back to the 22nd Annual Home Buyers Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we will be discussing choosing the right builder. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. My name is Alex Ortiz. I'm with Affordable Homes, and I'm a senior customer journey specialist. Today, we are with Rafael Munguia to talk about choosing the right builder. So, Mr. Munguia, tell me a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Hi, Alex. First, thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure being here with you guys. I'm a local home builder. I also sit here on the board with Osti, and I'm here to talk to you guys about how to pick a builder. So, thank you for inviting me again.
Yeah, so for those that are viewing that really don't know like how to go about choosing the right builder, what do you recommend for them? Like where can they start?
Well, I would say first, do a little bit of homework and then go out and drive communities, go see what type of product is out there, what type of homes, see what you start liking, what you start gravitating towards, and then set up an interview with that builder, see how many years they have in business. I would look at past projects, maybe even talk to some past clients. I think really there's a lot of value there. If you're able to talk to folks that already went through the process with them, whether it be a direct purchase or a custom home, that would be a good start. And then see if there are any type of ratings that they have out there, like with the BBB, with the Better Business Bureau. And I think that would be a good start.
So how important is it to be, do you have to be pre-qualified before you meet with a builder, or can they just set up an appointment without knowing like how much really can somebody afford? Or, like...
I think I see a little bit of both. I personally like it when they already come pre-approved, because it shows that they've already been doing their homework. And if they're coming to you already with a pre-approval, well, then they're serious. And there's already some set expectations that you can manage to, right? So you'll know how much they're approved for, and then you can start either designing a home for that or see if you have something available that fits their needs.
So usually, how long would it take for a home to get like constructed, from start to end, just building?
There's different schedules, right? Depending on the size of the home, that's really what drives it. And then also if there's certain intricacies also as well. So usually houses in an average market, you're talking anywhere from 3 to 4 to 6 months. So it's around that window. Bigger homes over, 2,500, 3,000 square feet. And not to get too specific, right? But once you get into the bigger realm, they can take up to a year. So it just depends.
Good. So what type of warranties are out there? What type of warranty are provided?
Do we offer what's usually in the market? Well, I know here most builders, and usually in the rest of the United States, it's a 1 year that usually builders offer that covers the whole home. And then there's supplemental 210 warranties. That's a 2 year for all your mechanical, which is electrical, plumbing, and AC and heating. And then your 10 year for your structural. So those are usually the two warranties that you have out.
So it's up to 10 years?
Yes.
So what would happen after the 10 years? So there's no more warranty. What can they do?
I know that if you do happen to have some serious issues, maybe insurance could kick in because you do have homeowners insurance. I'm not aware of any other supplemental warranties, but I will tell you that the reason that there is that 10-year threshold, and the reason that most builders do it just for a year and they don't go to the 10-year, is because most of the issues, if you are going to have issues with construction, they usually happen in the beginning of the year. or that first year or the first 2 or 3 years. You usually won't have issues that arise, later. That's usually the case. But I'm not sure if there's any other supplemental warranty beyond the 210.
All right. So what about energy saving programs? Do you know of any out there, or what do they do for the customer? Does it help them out in their payments? I mean, does it keep their electricity and all that the light bill and all that down?
Yeah, I used to be the president for the Greenbelt program here in the Valley, and yes, I think there's tremendous value when you do add those components to construction or residential construction, from savings to a better comfort level and better construction at the end of the day, which also I think in the long term yields you a better return on your investment with your home, right? Because if it's a better home that lasts longer, well, then you'll have a better resale value. So, and the programs that are out there, I'm sorry, are, there's multiple. I think there's even like a resilience program through a government entity, but the usual ones are Energy Star, the Greenbelt program down here, Built to Save as well, which is a program with Magic Valley, if I'm not mistaken. So they're all really good programs, and what they are is really taking one more step in doing things maybe just a little bit better, right, and a little bit more efficient. And not to say that building code is bad, right, but you are building at the bare minimum. So when you add these components, I do feel there's a tremendous added value there.
So we have a question from one of the viewers. If I am building a home for the first time, how do I know which builder is a good builder?
Okay. Again, I would research. One resource that we have here is the Builders Association. I've been a part of that association for many years now, and I think if you put your name out there and you're part of associations, that would be the first step, right? To find a builder that's, like I said, not afraid to put their names out there and be part of associations. The other way would be to go and drive subdivisions, drive projects, and see what it is that you like. And then from there, I think you can start narrowing the builders that could potentially service your needs or your likes.
So how important is it to have a contract? And is the builder the one to do the contract, or how do they go, like through a mortgage company? But how important is it?
It's very important to have things in writing. So I would suggest that you do get a formal contract. Sometimes it depends on how you're coming through, right? Or if you're going to be working through a realtor first and you didn't talk to a builder, there'll be contracts with them. But essentially, yes, you want a contract with your builder, and then you'll use that for financing if you're going to get financing with the bank and so forth. But that contract will serve to protect you and also to protect the builder, right? So it should benefit both parties. It's very important.
Great. So what are your thoughts about alternative building products that aren't traditional, like concrete panels, metal frames?
Oh, I think that's great. I've gone out there and built with ICF, concrete insulated forms, and I think it's great construction. I would just err on the caution of, if you make sure that sometimes it's hard to get values as a builder on the back end when you go too high tech. It happened to me. I was out there on an island by myself, and so I think if you have custom homes where you can, you and your client can kind of share that not input shock, but those additions, then yeah, I'm all for it. I think, for longevity purposes, construction would last more than wood, right? Not that wood is not a good construction material, but yes, I'm all for looking for innovative ways to better construction.
Great. So my next question to you would be, can you explain what a cost escalation clause is, and is it included in the contract? I guess You know, some of our customers are pre-qualified, and I guess let's say the builder will let them know, hey, you know what, this is the set price for this, but then during the construction, they say they run out of a type of material, you know, and they say, hey, you know what, well, this went up, so, you know, would they have to bring in the difference, or like, how does that work?
It's a great question. The escalation clause would really serve to kind of protect the builder a little bit more, right? In case there's changes like you just alluded to, prices in commodities like wood, right? And I'll be honest, it's tough sometimes for us builders when we're out there and you're quoting projects and you're going through all this process, and sometimes you're not necessarily going to start that home when you were projecting, and then that if it's not aligning with your vendor contracts and those windows, then you do see those fluctuations, and then unfortunately sometimes the builders are the ones that are stuck with the bill. So I would say I use them sometimes with my construction company, or most of the times. I really try to quote my homes to the best of my ability, so we try and avoid those situations, even though sometimes they do arise.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always going to come, like some of the stuff is going to happen. So let's say that does happen. Can the customer back out, or, you know, are you going to charge a certain percentage to them, or what happens to their deposit that they give, you know, if that were to happen?
Yeah, those are all things that you would have to see how that contract, or that what it stipulates in there, basically.
All right. So what do I need to do if I want to build on my own lot? Like, what is the process for that?
If you wanted to build on your own lot, well, if it's kind of tricky sometimes. Builders will do it where you have your own lot, the builder will take on the financing, right? And that lot kind of gets subordinated over to the bank that's doing the financing for the construction. And you kind of run in parallel like that, right? And you get deposits for whatever participation you're asking there from your client. But yeah, that's usually one way you can do it.
So in regards to that, let's say that I do want to build on my own lot. So if I choose whatever builder I choose, right? Can I bring my own floor plan, or do I have to go based off what they offer?
Well, depends, I think, again, what type of agreement. If you already have your preset plans, then you have your lot, you have your preset plans. Well, all you need now is your builder, right? And then financing. And so I think those would be the two components, I think, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, would the builder charge? They say I have my plans, but they're not complete, or I want to modify it. So would it come in the contract, or like, would the builder charge for that?
Some charge, and then others might not. It just depends, how they work.
Yeah. So that was
on a per case basis, I would say, for sure.
So also, I have a question because I get this a lot. So I don't know how you build your homes, but like there is a soffit. So they ask, not a soffit, I'm sorry. So I think they're called weep holes at the bottom of the house. Right. Yeah. So a lot of customers ask, what is that for, right? They're worried about animals, like insects going in there. Not animals, I'm sorry. Insects. Yeah, you don't want animals going in. So yeah, insects. So they're worried about that. So what is that for?
Well, in that specific example, a weep hole, what it does is it'll provide avoid some moisture accumulating there behind the walls, because it'll let some airflow. So the weep holes, we install them. I've had the same questions with my clients because they think that something's going to go through there, and they're really made in such a way that doesn't happen. And it is a very good way to combat humidity when you have those capabilities down here because of our weather. So.
Yeah, well, and down here it's really hot. So aside from that,
by the way, that's a great way to do an exterior wall with weep holes.
Right. So there's two type of different. So there's your brick. So what is the life expectancy on a brick home?
Oh man, I don't know that off the top of my head.
So I've heard in different
tell-
instances that it's 50 years. So
Well, it's because it depends too, because you know your brick's like your skin, right? And then what's behind the skin, your bones, right? So and really brick is not structural, right? I mean, it's kind of attached there, and you have your 2-inch gap or whatever, right? And then your weep holes in between. And it just really depends. I look at homes more like a system, a complete system, not right. So, to be honest, how long would that brick, as far as its integrity, last? If it's a good clay, longer than that, I think. But nowadays you have concrete and clay. I like clay bricks because concrete bricks, they absorb a lot of moisture. A lot of people don't know that, right? And if you don't have like a good water barrier behind that, right? And they didn't do it the right way, you'll have moisture issues. And with clay, you don't have that. Plus, it's a great insulator, right? So we've known that for years.
So is there
and it's
benefit-
lighter too.
Sorry, yeah, I'm going a little bit fast.
For the bricklayer, right? The poor brick.
Is there a benefit to building versus purchasing an existing home?
I think there's benefits to both, right? I always say, you know, what is your current situation, right? I mean, time is of the essence, or what type of budget constraints do you have? When you're building homes, I always recommend you always have a little bit of, I exaggerate a little bit with money set aside, because I've run into this rule where there's always like 10% change orders, you know, and what are change orders when you're going through construction? Regardless, there's always these things that arise. And so not that you're going to pass it on to the consumer or whatnot, but yeah, it's always good to run things like that.
So you mentioned change orders. So at what point in construction, let's say I'm already, I don't know, at 50% of construction.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, can somebody come in and say, hey, you know what? I don't want this. Can you put this in, or can you take it out?
Yes, you can. I've had requests to knock down walls, and we've done it a couple of times.
Yeah,
I stay away from that now. But if that's what if the client, if that's what they want, I guess, right? But you're gonna have to pay out of pocket, and yes, so clients need to understand that, right? So anytime that you're creating changes into already a specified contract with specifications and whatnot, it's tough to deviate, but sometimes there's wiggle room, right? I mean, it's not always the case, but if it is outside of the original scope, usually people, or not people, right? Contractors or builders will have a clause in there that says that they'll charge X amount, or you pay right out of pocket.
So another question with the change orders. So would you as a builder allow for, let's say that I'm building a house, you're building a house for me. Mm-hmm. So let's say that you're building it, but I want to install a security system in there. Mm-hmm. Would you as a builder allow like a third party to come in and do it while you're building, or would you have somebody from your company do it?
It happened to me in the beginning a couple of times, but no, you really want to steer away from that. And the main reason is, and I understand clients, there's sometimes a monetary benefit, right? They're not going to pay maybe as much, but that whatever it is that person does that's not in your contract now is outside of that, right? So let's say we talk about warranties. How are you going to warranty now someone that you don't even know, right? So you have all these issues on the back end, which I think are very important. You know, you want builders, even though, you know, we think we're going to be perfect, we're not, right? And so you want someone that has their hearts in the right place, and they're going to come back and take care of you, right? And sometimes you have to come back after the fact, but it's okay. And sometimes, you know, if it's outside of the realm already, or if it was wear and tear, and clients know it's not valid, it's not valid.
Yeah, because I know when I.
But generally,
you
want to
process,
help out.
Yeah, because a lot of customers, they want to do that because like you said, it's cheaper for them to do it. But I mean, I think it's
you try.
I guess the customer is going to hold the builder liable if something happens, or I don't know how, you know?
Yeah, there's a disconnect there because, again, it's not within the scope. And then for follow-up, there's also another gap there, right? So I wouldn't recommend it unless you have no choice.
Do they have like walkthroughs, maybe like at maybe a certain percentage of the construction is done? Do they get walkthroughs? Are they supposed to get a walkthrough? Or are they supposed to look at the material that they're building out their home with? Or, you know, what are they allowed to, you know?
Yeah, usually there's milestones where clients can go and see how you've been advancing in them. On the selections, because there's meetings with vendors and so forth. So.
And the customer, they're there when you're building?
Yeah, they're interacting there a little bit, yes.
So, I mean,
a lot goes into this.
Yeah, I know. So if you're building them a home, and let's say that you're halfway with the tile, and then for whatever reason you don't have enough tile, are you going to replace all that? Is the builder going to pay for like taking out that tile and then replacing it?
If there was it a mistake or an installation mistake, or was it cosmetic? I mean, not cosmetic, but I mean, it's on a per case basis. If it's not done right, then you kind of have to redo it, right? Or if you don't think that you're responsible for doing it, then defend your thesis or show that, right, that you're in the right. There are certain little deviations that we're allowed, right? But usually if you go by standards, I mean, you shouldn't have any problems, right? And I've always suggested to bring in inspectors if they have that many doubts, bring somebody else, and that way you can have a high level discussion with someone that's in the same field. And so there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it happens.
I have a question on the inspection, but we're going to take a 30-second to a minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast, because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas power generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
All right, so we're back with Rafael Munguia. So we were talking about a little bit about the homes. So I have a question. So I know when the home is completed, it needs to get an inspection, right? Mm-hmm. So will you or does the customer have to bring in whoever they want as an inspector, or can they do both, or just one?
Yeah, well, you have your city inspections, right? The city inspector goes to make sure that everything's according to code, and then you get your final certificate of occupancy. But yeah, you could hire someone to go and do an inspection. I've had inspectors go by and we go through their reports, and I think it's a good thing. I don't shy away from them at all. On the contrary, and I think if you do things right, you have nothing to be scared of. And if there's something wrong, well, you get to fix it, right? So it's kind of like you kill two birds with one stone. I think it's the smart thing to do. And then it does help you for long term, right? Because it'll help you on your warranty side as well. So sometimes we picked up stuff that it just fell through the cracks. So yeah, I would recommend it. Why not?
All right, so I guess we're gonna retract. So like me, listen, what advice would you give me if I'm looking to purchase my first home? So what are the main things I got to worry about? Of course, I already know you got to first get pre-qualified. That's, because I want to know how much I can afford, right? So what would you recommend on the building side for me?
Oh, care about a home for sure. No, I'm just kidding. What would I recommend? Like what path to take?
Yeah, so I guess like if I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna go into it and say, I don't know nothing about any construction, so I don't know anything like how do I start? Like just what would you recommend?
What we talked about, I think that pre-qualification is paramount, right? So that way you know how much you have to work with, and then based off of that, you can now go into the market, see what's out there that's available, maybe already that you can purchase and you like. Sometimes you don't have to go. You're thinking maybe you can build this home, but you might just run into it there in the market. I know down here, our builder folks are very creative, and we have some real nice homes, across all the spectrum. So sometimes you'll be surprised. You'll find a nice home already there, ready for you just to jump in. And if not, then if you're going to go through the custom side, there is many more intricacies, right? From financing to going through that time and construction and going through that process. I enjoy it, but it is a little bit sometimes nerve-wracking for folks, right? So you have to shepherd them through the process.
Yeah, it's a big step that they're taking. They're going to live in the home for X amount of period of time. So I mean,
Right, and sometimes the financing is also kind of tricky because if you don't have enough, for financing, then maybe the builder, or you don't have the credit capabilities, maybe the builders might do it. So that's where you get into those intricacies, right? But it just depends where you're at. In your case, starting from scratch, go and get pre-qualified.
Yeah, that's key. That's right.
And if you don't get qualified, work with folks that can help you too, right? And I know most folks, that's what they'll do. They'll put you in contact with the right folks so you can fix your credit. And in most cases, unless they're extreme cases, it takes 90 days, 6 months, no more than a year. And I think that's a good sacrifice to make for making a big purchase like your home. And I know places like Osti, they help out folks all the time that come here, like you're saying, with no knowledge whatsoever, but they have the intent of home ownership, which is great, and they help them out from A to Z. So that would be a good start too.
So another question. So let's say, what if the builder doesn't finish the project in that timeline that they gave them? I know it's in the contract, but what would happen then?
It depends. You can drop off of the project, and that's it. I mean, I've known of cases where it does happen, and so you just need to make sure that everything there is left. At whatever stage you were at, make sure that you could get it as buttoned up as possible, so that way those clients could continue with their project. Yeah. But when you do get into those scenarios, you are kind of married, right? But there is exits, there is outs, and even sometimes those they can get ugly, and sometimes you can work through them. So hopefully if that were the case, hopefully you can work through that and both parties can, maybe if they don't win, right, both, but they don't lose kind of deal, right? And
well, I'm sure the builder's not going to lose out. I mean, I'm sure they're going to have, well, I mean, they might lose out, but I'm sure they're going to have people lined up, you know?
Well, hopefully what you want is to avoid those type of situations. And how do you do that? You do what we were talking about, right? You go look at a builder, you go talk to them, get some referrals, and hopefully you feel comfortable, right, with that person. And if it doesn't work, I mean, sometimes it happens. But yeah, you want to do your due diligence up front.
Right. So how can I keep like my costs down? Your costs down. I would say maybe material wise.
Mm-hmm.
No, not really.
Like in your project, like when you're, if you guys, I mean, if you put a budget together, you try and stick to that budget. It's tough though. Sometimes it's just tough because you want to make some changes. So I would just try and have set aside, that 5-10% just in case. But to mitigate pricing changes, if your builder has locked pricing for a certain amount of time, then that'll help you so you don't have any pricing fluctuations. But the longer the project takes, the higher at risk you are for that. Well, not risk, right? But the higher probability that happens. And I think those documents, beyond them protecting anyone, what you want is you want to disclose that so at least they know, right? And it's not a surprise, like, oh man, now I'm getting charged for something. I think when the expectations are pretty clear and the cards are on the table, it helps alleviate some of that, right?
Yeah, well, everything's going to be on contract, so I mean,
that helps.
So I have a question. So if you've worked with some large national builders and now with your own company, what is the difference from the customer?
Since you've worked with national builders, what's the difference from the customer's perspective?
I guess you're building with higher, I guess, on a larger scale versus just.
No, I think that, I'm trying to understand the question. I think it's the same. I mean, you want to treat a client that's like an entry level home, if you may, or a startup home, just the same as someone that you're building $1 million home for. I don't know if that's kind of like a.
I think that was.
Or how is it? Oh, how is it different? Yeah. I guess now my like, how did I see my client base, or how did that change? Yeah, I went. I have several analogies, but I'm not going to use them. But yeah, I mean, you go from entry level. Yeah, there's complete differences. The level of sophistication of the clients, the risk at hand. It's a bigger number. Same amount of moving pieces, but yeah, it does change. Yes, it does. And honestly, you have to be really good at it. I took a little bit of a break right now from custom homes. It's been a couple of years. I started doing more entry level, kind of reshape my focus. But I really enjoy, clients at any level, especially when it comes to building. I thoroughly enjoy building. I've taken the time to study and really enjoy the construction science and whatnot. So to answer the question, yes, the clients there's a little bit of a difference, yes. But as far as taking care of them, it's the same, right? So, I hope so, right?
Well, yeah, you're not going to treat somebody else different.
Well, no, because everyone's just as excited, right? A big home, just like a smaller home, but if it's your first home, trust me.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's exciting for everybody because it's going to be their first time. Yeah.
Yes. Anytime you see that, it's very fulfilling. It really is. Putting roofs over people's heads, there's a huge responsibility. And I'll be honest, it's been one of the hardest things that I've done beyond being a father, 4 kids. So yeah, it's up there. You have to really like it, I think.
So I'm going to ask you a question, but like, it's not going to be just in general. I'm going to ask you, like, what do you as a builder, like, what do you offer, let's say, like, extras, add-ons, and stuff like that?
What do we offer, like, as extras?
Yeah, like, I don't know, upgrades? Will you make it handicap accessible? What do you offer?
Yeah, I usually do little things here and there. We've been building homes priced more like in the $150,000 range, which I think is a good spot. And we try and add as much as we can in value. Like I try to drop down whatever I could sometimes do for bigger homes down to these homes. Like for instance, we use metal roofs, right? We use TPO for our flat roofs, which is almost like I think 40 or 60 millimeter thick material that you put on top on flat roofs, like a polyurethane. Anyway, we do that. We do foam insulation in our rafters. We use 8-foot doors. We do little things here and there that we add value to our clients, but like LED lighting. We do enhanced landscaping. I fully fence my homes. But beyond that, I think we try to keep things simple and keep things as affordable as possible. So that's kind of been our focus right now. But on upgrades, that's what we do. On smart little smart trinkets here and there, like the doorbell and
also, they want.
I like doing this stuff. Yeah. Well, man, I mean, it's 2020, right? We have all this technology that has now embraced us.
But as long as that they're able to afford it too.
Right. But you know what? The good thing is that now a lot of these features are there. They are affordable. Ring is one of these startups that, well, they're not a startup anymore. I think they went public. They're an IPO. But they have all these neat features. And I try to add as much as I can. But like I said, the real value is in the structural and the energy efficient features and whatnot.
All right. So that'll be it. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you to Rafael Munguia.
There was one last question that said, "Do we build in Hidalgo?" And I'd like to answer really quick.
All right.
Do we only build? Yes, for right now, only in Hidalgo, but we do go down all the way to Cameron. But for right now, mainly in Hidalgo.
All right.
Sorry, question.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr. Rafael Munguia. The keyword for this segment is Energy Star. Send an email to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with that word for a chance to win a gift card. Ahorita regresamos en español.
¿Están listas para ser contadas?
Sí. El censo 2020 está por llegar y no queremos que te quedes sin ser contado.
Esto afecta a la vivienda, el transporte, el empleo.
La asistencia médica, las políticas públicas, nuestros representantes y por supuesto también la educación.
Debemos asegurarnos que todos los hombres, mujeres y niños en el Valle del Río Grande sean contados.
En este censo 2020, hágase contar.
Para nosotros es importante asegurar a la comunidad que la información es información que el gobierno, el Departamento del Censo guarda con confidencialidad. Nos van a compartir la información con las otras agencias del gobierno, que es algo nomás solamente para acumular las estadísticas para la planificación hacia el futuro. Bueno, la importancia del censo, ¿no? Obviamente, pues es importante que todos tengan la oportunidad para registrarse y ser personas contadas aquí en el Valle. Y también a diseminar la información, lo que significa el censo. Que el gobierno cada 10 años busca la información, la edad, los números, la cantidad, el dónde, quién y cuántos de la zona, para que puedan ayudar en la planificación hacia el futuro.
Bienvenidos a nuestro 22nd Annual Home Buyers Fair. Estén atentos hasta el final del segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para dar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Alex Ortiz de Affordable Homes y con nosotros tenemos a Rafael Munguia y vamos a hablar sobre escogiendo el constructor correcto. Buenas tardes, Mr. Munguia. ¿Nos puedes decir un poquito sobre lo que haces y un poquito, nos puede decir un poquito de ti?
Ok. Alex, muchas gracias por la invitación. Es un honor estar aquí con ustedes. Yo soy Rafael Munguia, soy dueño de Caribbean Homes y pues te platico así rapidito. Soy parte de la mesa directiva aquí de ASTI y pues estoy aquí contigo para contestar algunas preguntas que tenemos referente a escoger a un contratista o un constructor, ¿verdad? Entonces, mucho gusto y muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted. Para la gente que está mirando, ¿verdad? Que no saben o entienden cómo buscar a un constructor, ¿verdad? ¿Qué les recomiendas cómo comenzar? O, ¿verdad? ¿Qué es lo que usted recomienda?
Lo primero diría que empiecen a hacer un poquito de tarea para ver qué constructores están en el área y buscaría también ir a ver proyectos, ir a fraccionamientos, a ver los tipos de casas para ver qué es lo que más o menos te va gustando y ver si hay algo que ya te gusta, bueno, acercarse ahí con el constructor y los pasos que se toman pues son que primero te preaprueben. Yo creo que ese es el paso más importante. ¿Por qué? Porque ya con eso ya sabes con qué contar, ¿verdad? Ya sabes que tienes un presupuesto de $5, $10 o lo que sea, ¿verdad? Para comprar tu casa. Entonces, creo que ese es el paso importante. Y ya viendo si ya escogiste un constructor, me metería un poquito más a fondo a ver si pudiera hablar con clientes que ya hayan trabajado con ellos, también ver proyectos y pues tener una entrevista con él a ver si hay un buen click, ¿verdad? Con el grupo. Porque si vas a construir, el proceso sí a veces es largo y es casi como un matrimonio, ¿verdad? Entonces hay que ¿verdad? Verlo así, la verdad. Entonces,
no sé cuál está más fácil, la construcción o el matrimonio.
No, los dos tienen sus méritos, la verdad. Lo digo así humildemente, pero sí, sí lo tienes que ver un poquito así, la verdad, y por eso darle importancia al principio, creo que te va a dar mejores resultados, ¿verdad? Porque si vas a construir, si es un proceso largo, pueden ser 3 meses, 6 meses, 1 año, dependiendo del tamaño de la casa.
Sí.
Entonces, ver eso y ver también referencias, también es importante, ¿verdad? Los clientes.
Sí. ¿Qué tipo de garantías hay afuera? Que ustedes, bueno, no, pero en general, sí.
Por lo general, y eso es en todos lados, ¿verdad? En diferentes mercados. Hay 2 tipos de garantías, la que ofrecemos los contratistas, que es de 1 año, que es por toda la casa. O sea, si algo le iba a pasar, uno se hace responsable por ese año. Y luego hay otras garantías que te dan de 2 a 10 años, se llaman 2-10 warranty. 2 años te cubre todo lo que es, decimos mecánico, ¿verdad? Que es plomería, aire acondicionado y eléctrico. Y luego los 10 años para lo estructural. Y eso, por lo general, el contratista o el constructor paga por eso. O sea, casi siempre es otra empresa que da ese servicio, presta ese servicio. Pero ya te lo entregan como un paquete completo con tu casa. Ahora, no todo el mundo hace las garantías de 2 días, 2 times. Yo a veces las hago y a veces no las hemos hecho, te confieso. Pero yo creo que es una buena idea, porque te da un poquito más de confianza ahí de que si algo pasa, sí, ¿verdad? Que puede pasar, nadie es perfecto, tienes un poquito de protección, ¿verdad? Aunque por lo general, como contratista, te digo que y muchos te pueden decir lo mismo, tenemos que a veces regresar, ¿verdad? Después de ese año. A mí me ha sucedido, ¿verdad? Digo, si hay validez, pues ni modo que dejemos ahí el cliente ahí solo.
Sí, sí. ¿Y tienen que agarrar garantía?
No es algo que te forzan, ¿verdad? Pero pues, obviamente la garantía que viene con el contratista la vas a querer. La otra, te digo, el contratista por lo general lo paga y hasta donde tengo entendido no es mucho así el costo. Hay diferentes cotizaciones de acuerdo a como tú estés clasificado como contratista ya en el programa, pero son como 25 centavos el pie, algo así. Don't quote me, ¿verdad? Pero creo que sí, por ahí va la cosa. Pero digo, el mecanismo es bueno. ¿Por qué? Pues porque pues quieres ahí tener alguna protección, ¿verdad? Aparte del seguro que tiene uno en sus casas, ¿verdad?
Sí. Una pregunta que tengo que preguntan bastante es, los tipos de programas como que te ayudan a reducir el costo de como la electricidad y cosas así, Energy Star Program.
Así todas las características así de de productos eficientes y todo eso, verdes, ¿verdad? ¿Qué pienso referente a eso? No, yo soy fan, o sea, a mí me gusta, yo lo incorporo en mis proyectos. Yo fui presidente aquí de la Asociación Verde, que es parte del grupo de los constructores aquí del Valle, The Green Build Program, que todavía creo que está en existencia, no estoy seguro, pero muy similar como otro programa que se llama Energy Star, también está Build to Save, y todas esas certificaciones realmente sí le dan un poquito, creo que es un poquito mejor construcción, porque sí se fijan en ciertas cosas que al final del día a veces los materiales son mejores, la calidad ahí de vida ahí en la casa es mejor, y también esas eficiencias también las puedes ver en tu bolsillo, ¿verdad? Te ahorras un poquito de dinero. Y creo que mucha gente ya lo está haciendo, la verdad. O sea, yo veo ya muchos constructores, a diferencia de antes, que ya están incorporando ya muchas de esas características y especificaciones, como también con todos los smart homes, también con la tecnología. Está muy interesante.
Tenemos una pregunta. ¿Se incluye el costo del loto?
El costo del loto. Pues depende. Por lo general, cuando ya estoy vendiendo una casa, ya el inventario sí, o sea, va incluido. Cuando estás haciendo un proyecto así nuevo, en el caso a veces de nosotros tenemos los terrenos, entonces ya nada más llega el cliente y le hacemos ya todo un proyecto ya junto con el costo, ¿verdad?, del terreno. A veces hacemos proyecciones nada más de la pura construcción, ¿verdad?, porque ya son dueños ellos del terreno, en fin.
¿Cuánto más o menos, se debe tardar la construcción de una casa, ¿verdad? Porque ya sabemos que hay varias, hay grandota, hay la chica, ¿verdad? Tiene más pies cuadrados, sí, y tienen extra. ¿Cuánto se tarda para que hagan una casa?
Por lo general, entre 3 a 6 meses diría que es un buen rango, ¿verdad? Así hablando casas tradicionales, pero sí, ya cuando son casas más grandes, a veces se pueden tardar hasta un año más, proyectos grandes. Y también depende del nivel de, a lo mejor, de sofisticado, cosas, especificaciones que también tenga la casa. A veces se tarda un poquito más. Entonces, pero diría que 3 a 6 meses es un buen rango, ¿verdad?
¿Y qué pasa si no la acaban? Vamos a decir que el constructor te la vamos a acabar en 3 meses, ¿verdad? ¿Qué pasa ahí si no la acaban en 3 meses?
Por lo general, y yo lo hago en mis contratos, y espero que otros contratistas también, y creo que sí, ¿verdad? Tú te das un plazo de, por decir, 3 a 6 meses, o 3 a 4 o 5 meses, y en mis contratos pongo ahí que tenemos la oportunidad de que nos puedan dar lo mejor posibles extensiones si son necesarias, ¿verdad? Porque a veces sí sucede que se extienden los tiempos por retrasos, el clima, en fin, ahí hay validez, ¿verdad? Pero aún como quiera, pues hay una ansiedad por el lado de los clientes que es justificable, pero pues uno como contratista anda tratando de...
Y no sabe puede como las lluvias, todo eso.
Y a veces hay cosas que no podemos controlar, o hasta, te soy sincero, a veces hasta errores, ¿verdad? Que sabes que tienes que arreglar cualquier cosa y uno lo hace con mucho gusto, pero sí pierdes. Entonces, lo importante ahí para el contratista, igual que el cliente, es que sí haya ese tipo de estipulaciones que tienen tantito tiempo, ¿verdad? Que creo que ese tipo de tolerancia al final del día es bueno para todo el mundo, ¿verdad? Porque la construcción sí es, te digo, muy padre, pero tiene muchos diferentes movimientos, ¿no? Fuera de nuestro control, ¿verdad?
Sí. ¿Qué es el estimado de down payment que un cliente necesita para construir?
Y pues yo creo que depende, por lo general del 3 al 5%, pero a veces hasta el 10 o el 20%, no sé, yo creo que ahí sí depende.
Del contrato con el
así es.
Okay.
Sí.
¿Es bueno tener un contrato con el banco, el prestamista, o también tiene que tener un contrato con el constructor?
Pues puede haber hasta más, ¿verdad? Vamos a suponer que tú estás comprando una casa, tú llegas con un corredor de bienes raíces primero, antes de llegar con el constructor ni con ninguna institución financiera, y él o ella vas a hacer un contrato ahí a lo mejor posiblemente si es de compra, si es para construir, bueno, también ellos pueden ahí ayudarte y asesorarte, entonces puede haber un contrato ahí. Luego ya si te acercas con un una institución financiera o un banco, ¿verdad? Mortgage, ahí también puede haber otro contrato ahí con ellos. Y luego, obvio, pues el contrato del contratista, ¿verdad? Que es el que ya debe de, ese es el que van a amarrar ya con el banco o la financiera, ¿verdad? Para hacer ya el crédito, de acuerdo a los números que vayan, ¿cómo se dice? De acuerdo a los números del contrato. Ahora, si es para construir, pues le vas a tener que dar un contrato al cliente junto con otro contrato también de especificaciones, que es lo que va a agarrar el banco para ellos justificar ya y darle validez al proyecto y así ya extenderte el crédito para construir.
Pero sí es bien importante tener un contrato, ¿verdad? Porque pues sin un contrato...
Te lo van a pedir, no hay otra forma. O sea, si vas al banco, te van a pedir contrato, te van a pedir planos, te van a pedir toda esa información personal tuya, si es que ese es el camino que vas a hacer.
Teníamos una pregunta. ¿Nomás hace casas en Hidalgo County?
Sí, nosotros ahorita nada más estamos en Hidalgo, pero sí también podemos construir en Cameron County, pero ahorita nuestro enfoque es Hidalgo. Sí.
Tenemos una pregunta también sobre qué es la diferencia entre un cliente que tiene aquí contra otro que es como de alto nivel, ¿verdad? Como, no sé.
Creo, sí, otra vez, qué bueno que tengo la oportunidad de contestar. Creo que los procesos son iguales, todo muy similar, pero sí hay una diferente perspectiva a lo mejor, pero al final del día, un cliente es un cliente, una casa es una casa, sea una casa no así grande o una casa más modesta, al final del día es un techo sobre la cabeza de una familia, ¿verdad? O las cabezas de una familia y eso es lo más importante, no perder eso, ¿verdad? Y el único comentario que diría para las personas que lo están viendo es hagan un buen trabajo, o sea, de análisis, de ir a ver, hablen con varios constructores, yo hablaría con varios. Yo conozco muchos y la verdad, todos son buenos. Cada quien a veces tiene su propio diferente look, ¿verdad? O diferente estilo, y pues ahí te puedes ir, ¿verdad? Y también buscar referencias. Yo creo que eso es también algo bueno, ¿verdad? Sí. En lo que nos podamos servir, aquí estamos a la orden.
Ahorita regresamos para atrás con Mr. Munguía unos 30 segundos.
Gracias.
¿Tengo que llenar todo esto?
Que no te agobien los formas del Censo 2020. Responde en línea o por teléfono. Es muy fácil. A partir del 12 de marzo, solo visita el sitio my2020census.gov y escribe tu identificación del censo que te llegará por correo y solo marca el número telefónico. Confirma tu información y completa el censo en una sola sesión o tendrás que empezar de nuevo. Así de simple.
¿Están listas para ser contadas? Sí.
El censo 2020 está por llegar y no queremos que te quedes sin ser contado.
Esto afecta a la vivienda, el transporte, el empleo.
La asistencia médica, las políticas públicas, nuestros representantes y por supuesto también la educación.
Debemos asegurarnos que todos los hombres, mujeres y niños en el Valle del Río Grande sean contados.
En este censo 2020, hágase contar.
Cada década, América se une para contar a cada persona en los Estados Unidos.
Así es, Mario. El census es un conteo de la población y las viviendas en nuestra región, y esto impacta nuestra representación gubernamental.
Y la distribución anual de cerca de $700 mil millones en fondos federales.
Así es que asegúrense que cada hombre, mujer y niño en nuestra región es contado.
Tengan en cuenta que nuestra comunidad se beneficia más
cuando todos participamos.
Bienvenidos para atrás. Tenemos a Mr. Munguía de Carabela Homes. Ojalá lo dije bien.
Sí.
Tenemos una pregunta. Es bien importante de primero que estar precalificado o preaprobado antes de estar de ir con el constructor.
Yeah. No, o sea, puedes ir con el contratista antes o después, ¿verdad? Pero sí, ese paso es bien importante porque si es con un contratista, pues es lo primero que preguntamos, ¿verdad? Oye, pues, ¿de qué se trata? ¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer, verdad? ¿De cuánto estamos hablando? Y no es de que queramos saber el número por saber de que, ay, ¿cuánto me voy a ganar? Para nada, es de qué se trata para saber cómo se va a ir ahí
¿Qué vas a construir?
¿Qué vas a construir? ¿Cuál es el siguiente paso? En las casas, los diferentes casos tienen diferentes compromisos, ¿verdad? De depósitos, diferentes compromisos monetarios, por eso. Entonces sí es importante saber más.
Tenemos una pregunta. ¿Qué documentos específicos se requieren como un avalúo o un certificado de agrimensor?
Certificado de agrimensor, ¿qué significa? Un avalúo sí es importante. ¿Qué documentos específicos se requieren? No, pues se requieren avalúos, se requieren surveys, que son como levantamientos de medidas ahí de los terrenos. Yo en lo personal, dependiendo, o sea, si estás construyendo casas grandes, recomendaría hacer pruebas de subsuelo para que tengas ahí bien una buena idea de cómo van a diseñar la cimentación de la casa. Hay también las certificaciones de HERS también, cuando están checando, haciendo las pruebas de los aires acondicionados y todo eso que también. Pero, ¿qué más? Los permisos de construcción, ¿verdad? Y como Certificate of Occupancy también con la ciudad. Creo que esos serían los documentos, ¿no? Fuera de contratos y todo eso también.
¿También se requiere una inspección nomás del constructor o el cliente puede venir y traer su propio compañía para hacer la inspección de la casa?
Sí, es una práctica, es común tener un inspector, a veces que también vengan a inspeccionar la casa. Más que nada cuando ya está construida. Durante la construcción, por lo general es el contratista. Si me explico que está haciéndolo, y al menos que si algo te llega a suceder, que es algo ya que no ves bien, bueno, pues te puedes apoyar en un inspector, ¿verdad? Alguien que sea externo, para que también no te sientas como que está influenciado ahí por el mismo contratista. Pero por lo general, creo que todas esas situaciones se pueden solucionar con un buen contratista, un buen constructor, la verdad.
Si yo quiero construir una casa, ¿me recomiendas yo contactar con nomás los
profesional, sí.
Pero como si yo no quiero ir, vamos a decir que no quiero ir con esta compañía. Yo puedo agarrar el pintor, el que me va a subir.
Los contratistas, todos.
Sí. ¿Me recomienda eso o qué diría?
Digo, cada quien puede hacer lo que quieran y construir una casa no es que sea difícil la construcción en sí, pero es todo el entorno, ¿verdad? Entonces, no lo recomendaría. Te voy a dar el ejemplo mejor. Si tú estás peleando contratistas en el mercado, por ejemplo, contra alguien que está construyendo, y tú traes un solo proyecto, tu propia casa, a veces es difícil ir manejando a la gente para que te respondan a tiempo y te den prioridad, porque se van a dar prioridad a quién. Pues los contratistas que tienen más volumen, esa es una realidad, ¿verdad? Entonces, desde ahí, donde uno pudiera pensar que puede haber ahorros, a lo mejor no los vas a tener. Ahora, si eres, no experto, ¿verdad? Pero si sabes y tienes un network, un ecosistema ahí donde, ¿verdad? A lo mejor sí se pudiera, por la gente que conoces tal vez, pero aún así no lo recomendaría, porque no vas a tener toda esa estructura, o sea, si hay detalles, las garantías, las cosas que estamos hablando, that gives you peace of mind, o sea, sí es importante. Y tratar con gente formal, te debe de ir bien, ¿verdad? No hay los ahorros esos que piensas que vas a tener, al final del día yo creo que a veces terminan siendo más el gasto que hacen.
Y les va a salir más caro al último porque pues, si no lo hacen bien.
Sí, así es.
También otra pregunta que siempre me preguntan los clientes, ¿verdad? Cuando construyen la casa, el ladrillo, ¿cuánto te dura? ¿Cuánto es la vida? Vamos a decir la vida de un ladrillo, ¿verdad?
No sabía hasta ahorita que me dijiste, ¿no? Voy a hacer chapuza. Oye, no, específicamente no sé, ¿verdad? Pero tú dices que son como unos 50 años.
Pues dicen que son 50 años, ¿verdad? Es lo que tengo entendido, ¿verdad?
Mira, pues, ¿qué tanto vida, o sea, qué tanto sea el tiempo de vida o de uso? no sé, depende del tipo de material, si es de barro, si es de concreto, tienen diferentes características, pero sí creo que deben de durar más de eso, ¿no? Y si están bien instalados, o sea, una pared bien instalada, deben durar más de 100 años o más, aunque sea con madera.
Y que te da todo lo que hay aquí, con todo el calor, ¿verdad? ¿Es igual?
Mira, las casas respiran diferente en diferentes lugares, regiones de Estados Unidos. Aquí tenemos el calor contra el frío allá en el norte, ¿verdad? Entonces, se cuenta que sudan diferente, pero las casas si se construyen bien, están bien aisladas, están bien selladas y donde tienen que respirar, respiran, no tienen por qué echarse a perder los materiales, ¿verdad? A veces si entra agua o tiene situaciones de esas es donde se puede empezar a podrir algún material. Aunque sí te voy a ser sincero, ahora y comprobado, antes se construían con la madera que eran muy famoso el yellow pine, que era muy fuerte, y ahora sí yo creo que la madera a lo mejor no es la misma, entonces no sé, ¿verdad? Si aguanten igual como antes, pero creo que los sistemas que usamos para construir, y si lo haces bien y sigues esos regímenes, esos reglamentos, no tienen por qué no durar. Es cuando no se hacen bien las cosas que ahí es donde puedes tener detalle.
Sí. So, también siempre me preguntan, ¿verdad?
Puede haber materiales también que no sean
buenos.
Sí.
Yeah.
Ojo.
Sí. So, ¿usted recomienda dejar como si usted está construyendo una casa para un cliente, si el cliente quiere venir y él quiere instalar como las cámaras o...
Sucede mucho, sí.
¿Recomienda usted que hagan eso o que usted lo haga, verdad? Como ellos traen su propia compañía para que haga eso mientras usted está haciendo la construcción.
Yo en lo personal prefiero que lo hagan en mi grupo, ¿verdad? O que lo hagamos interno, porque luego puede haber ahí diferencias con las garantías o no entra ahí en tu programa, no sabes quién es esa persona, si tenemos que regresar a arreglar cosas, pues se puede complicar, aunque a veces también, ¿verdad? Pudiera suceder. No te voy a decir que no hacia el 100, pero no me gusta, no sé, prefiero no hacerlo, ¿verdad?
Y no va a pasar algo, dañan algo y pues usted
sí, no sabes, ¿verdad? Pero tampoco voy a decir, no sé, hay circunstancias donde a lo mejor sí pudiera haber ahí validez, ¿no? Y te arriesgas, y luego sí diría yo, no es que te arriesgues, pero que quede por escrito, ¿verdad? Porque sabes que el cliente quiso tomar esta iniciativa, ahí está, para que mínimo tú puedas no defenderte, pero que ahí quede, ¿verdad? Claro que
pues sí, pues
llegar a ese acuerdo.
Porque si, como si pasa algo, pues no van a decir que fue el
no va a pasar, pero sí pasa.
Sí. Y pues tienen que tener como el ¿verdad?
Yes.
Preguntan así nomás en general, si yo quiero construir una casa, ¿qué me recomiendas, verdad?
Si quieres construir una casa.
Si quiero construir una casa, quiero buscar un contratista que esté, no sé si...
alguien reconocido.
Sí, alguien reconocido. Sí, como,
bueno, yo empezaría por amigos, referencias, eso es lo mejor también, ¿verdad? Por lo general los amigos pueden echar mentiras, ¿verdad? Ahí empezar que te den recomendaciones y ahí vas viendo, ¿verdad? Y luego hay asociaciones como la Asociación de Constructores aquí del Valle, donde hay bastantitos constructores ahí, y no que si no estás ahí no sea bueno para nada, ¿verdad? Pero eso puede ser un buen lugar donde puedes ir a ver un grupo ahí concentrado, y tienen página de internet y todo. Sí, y pues salir a manejar a ver qué constructores hay, ¿verdad? Y hacer tu tarea, ¿no? Checar qué tanto tiempo iban trabajando, y con quién te sientes más a gusto, ¿verdad? Al final del día, yo creo que todos le echan muchas ganas, ¿verdad? Yo creo que lo más importante es que haya ahí un buen match.
También lo más importante es que estés preaprobado, ¿verdad?
Pues si puedes, ¿verdad? Mínimo ya tienes una idea. Ahora, si no necesitas, si ya sabes, aprobarte, ¿verdad? Pero si no sabes, es fundamental saber de dónde partir,
También una pregunta que tengo de los clientes, ¿verdad? Como estamos hablando de las casas que sudan y todo, ¿verdad? Siempre dejan como, ¿cómo se llaman? Weepos, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Siempre bastantes de los clientes tienen miedo que entren animalitos, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué no los cierran, verdad? ¿Para qué se usan esos?
Bueno, weepos son para que las paredes puedan respirar y no se haga humedad ahí, ¿verdad? Son diferentes sistemas. En ese caso, abajo es como un plástico que se instala y tiene como agujeritos, ¿verdad? Entonces, ayuda a que respire las paredes para que no se acumule humedad. Por lo general, no entran animalitos ahí, ¿verdad? Estos son productos que están ya probados y de hecho nosotros lo usamos, me imagino que otros contratistas también, pero ahí lo importante es poder educar al cliente, ¿verdad? A mí me encanta hablar de la construcción, ¿verdad? A veces está algo de más, ¿verdad? Pero, pues, creo que sí es importante poder explicarle a los clientes las diferentes cosas que instalas, ¿verdad? Una casa es como un cuerpo humano, ¿verdad? El aire acondicionado son los pulmones, las líneas de agua son las venas y las arterias, de hecho son azules y rojas, siempre ando platicando esa historia, lo comparto. Tu ladrillo es la piel, que es la grasa, el aislamiento, entonces, en fin, de eso se trata, ¿verdad? Que mínimo puedas tú ahí también ayudar a educar a los clientes, porque en defensa de ellos no saben, ¿verdad? No saben estas cosas, entonces, bueno, esa es la idea.
Bueno, Mr. Munguía, gracias por acompañarnos hoy. La palabra clave de este segmento es garantía. Envío un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyersfair.org con esta palabra para tener la oportunidad de ganar una tarjeta de regalo.
Gracias, Alex.
Gracias.
Natural gas is a critical part of our daily lives and the future of our energy independence. Every day, we at Texas Gas Service deliver safe, reliable, and affordable energy to local homes and businesses. Our customers rely on natural gas to cook meals, take hot showers, and dry laundry. We also rely on it for electricity. That's right, natural gas helps lessen the load on the Texas electrical grid. Nothing beats cooking with natural gas, since it cooks meals quicker, providing instant precise temperature control and even heat for about half the cost. Big on entertaining? Keep the house cool by using the natural gas grill in your backyard. We all appreciate hot water. Natural gas water heaters heat water faster and cost less to operate compared to electric alternatives. Tankless water heaters are even more efficient and provide an endless supply of instantly hot water. Compared with other energy sources, natural gas dryers can dry 2 towels for the price of 1 and dry clothes faster, which is more energy efficient and gentler on your fabrics. We also have an energy efficiency program that offers rebates on natural gas appliances and licensed installation. Qualifying customers can apply for rebates for natural gas water heaters, dryers, cooktops, and ovens, as well as tankless water heaters and gas and dryer stubs. Make sure to act fast, because rebates are on a first-come, first-served basis while funds last. For areas of eligibility and program specifics, visit texasgasservice.com/rebates. Natural gas has proven to be resilient and reliable, even during the most challenging weather conditions, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Having a natural gas power generator can add a level of protection and peace of mind by powering your home when the electricity goes out. If you're a builder or developer and want more information on natural gas installation or availability in your area, please reach out to our builder hotline for more details. If you currently are a customer, thank you. If you aren't one yet, we look forward to you being a valued customer.
Welcome back to the 22nd Annual Home Buyers Fair. For the next 30 minutes, we will be discussing Affordable Homes program. The first 15 minutes will be in English y los últimos 15 minutos serán en español. Stay tuned until the end of the segment to see how you can enter to win a gift card. My name is Gloria Escamilla. I am the Director of Home Buyer Development with Affordable Homes of South Texas. Today, we have Aide Castro. She's the Director of Lending to talk to us about the process of buying a home with Affordable Homes. Hi, Aiden.
Hi, Gloria.
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So give us a little bit of information on affordable homes. What do they do, and see how we can apply.
Okay, so first of all, we're a nonprofit organization. We've been around the Valley for over 40 years. What we do is we help families become homeowners. We are your one-stop shop for homeownership. So basically, we would be able to make the loan to the customer. We'd build the house, and then once the house was done, we would be the ones that would service your mortgage loan as well. So it's all local. You'd be able to make your payment here locally. If you have any questions on anything regarding the payment, you would be able to speak to someone in person or at one of our offices.
So that means you're going to be financing. I can come and give the payment here.
Right. We play the role of the bank too. So that means that you wouldn't have to go to a bank or mortgage company. You'd be able to obtain the mortgage loan through affordable homes as well.
So what is my first step? What do I have to do if I want to come in and apply with Affordable Homes?
Well, the first thing you have to do is I recommend you visit our website. You have to complete a profile on our OSTI Compass, and you would visit www.ahsti.org, and you would complete the profile there. Once you complete the profile, someone's going to reach out to you to ask you some questions to see what the next step would be.
So, what if I don't have a computer, or I don't know how to log into this website you're giving me? What can I do?
You could visit one of our 2 locations. We have an office in Westlaco, and we have an office here in McAllen as well.
Okay. So what are the requirements? What do I need to have? Because my credit score is not very good. Can you still help me?
We might be able to still help you. So our first requirement is you do have to be within the HUD income guidelines. Our program does serve customers that are at 80% or below of the area median income. So you can visit our website to get the requirements for that as well. Then we're not credit score based, so we're not going to say you have to have a minimum or maximum score, but we will look at your credit. So if you know you have that items that are in collections, you might think, oh, I have bad credit, I'm not going to qualify. I would say complete the profile anyway and let somebody take a look at the credit with you. We do overlook $3,000 worth of collection accounts, and we do not count medical collection accounts at all. And a lot of people think that if they have no credit, that means that they're not going to qualify, and that's not necessarily the case through our program.
Let me stop you right there, because I know you're giving me a lot of information, but what is a collection? I don't know what a collection means. Can you explain to me what that means?
Sure. So like a collection would be any account, any credit that you obtained that you did not wind up paying for. So for example, a common one that we see is car repossessions. So maybe you bought a car several years ago and I don't know, you were not able to continue making payments on it. So you went and you left it with the car dealer or whoever. And a lot of times people think that if they return the car, they're not going to owe it anymore. Well, that's not the case. So this account could technically become a collection.
I have a repo, but I co-signed for my son.
Right. Okay.
Does that affect me?
It probably will if you co-sign for him and it's under both of your names. It's going to affect both of your credits. So it most likely will affect you.
Okay, got it. And I know you said you were talking about earlier that you're the lender. How long is the mortgage loan for? Is it 15 years, 20 years, 30 years?
Right. Okay. So Affordable Homes will make a 30-year fixed rate mortgage loan. So you will have up to 30 years to pay off this loan.
And you said you built the homes, correct? You're the lender and the builder.
Yes.
So what if I want to buy a lot and I saw it in Alamo? Can you build my house there?
If the lot is paid for, you could apply with our program and we could look to see if we are able to build on that lot. But you would need to apply first so that they'd have to go out and look at the lot. If it's paid for, it has to be paid for. And we would go out and look at the lot, see what the measurements are, and make sure that we are able to build on that lot. A lot of times people buy mobile home lots and don't realize that only mobile homes can be built there. So that's really important.
So what about, the lot is paid for, but it's under my mother's name.
Okay, so then you would have to contact either an attorney or someone to get the lot transferred to your name if you're the one that wants to apply for the mortgage loan.
Okay, we have a question for you. What is different about you and the other lenders? Can you give us some information about it?
So we're not going to conform to the FHA requirements or traditional conventional requirements. Our mortgage loan does not carry mortgage insurance. So if anybody out there has actually applied for a mortgage loan and maybe we're going to get an FHA loan or give less than 20% down, then they would understand what that means. So it's mortgage insurance is an insurance that protects the lender in case you default. Doesn't protect you, it protects the lender. So our loan doesn't carry that. Our credit requirements are not as strict as traditional lending either. And we only require a specific deposit of $3,000. So that's a little bit different from outside lending as well.
So that's why you don't go by credit scores.
Right. It's one of the reasons why we don't.
So then that's a lot more lenient.
Yes, it is. But again, if you haven't ever applied for a traditional lending, you wouldn't understand the difference. But we have our home buyer advisors that could explain the difference, and our loan officers could help with that too.
Great. I know you said that you could build in my lot if it's paid for.
Right.
So you have your certain subdivisions, or what do you build?
So we currently have lots available in Mercedes. We have lots available in Westaco. We have lots in Donna, San Juan, Edinburgh, soon Mission, and soon McAllen, and Rio Grande City. We have lots available there as well.
Okay, great. Now you mentioned HUD income limits. Can you give us a little bit more information? How can I, if I'm a family of four, this is where you're talking about is I can't go over a certain amount of income?
Right. So what HUD does is it takes an average of the incomes throughout the different parts of the country, and then it'll arrive at a percentile of this income. So our program serves customers that are considered 80% or below of the income calculations. So if you visit our website, or you could visit the HUD website as well to find out what the limits are. Now, I said 80%. We do have another program that will allow you to go up to 120%. And for that program, we have lots available in Mercedes, San Juan, and I think that's it. And and Alamo too. And I forgot to mention, we do have scattered lots in the city of FAR as well. So if anybody wants to live in FAR, we've got lots there too.
Now, do all the subdivisions require, I think you said you had mentioned $3,000, right, for the deposit? When do I need that deposit?
We also have a program that will allow you to give $1,500 down, and then the state will match the other $1,500. You would need to have that by the time you're ready to sign a contract for the lot that you select. So once you get approved, you'd be able to give the deposit.
Okay, and can you give me an estimated mortgage payment? What would it?
Well, that all depends on the subdivision you select and what you're eligible for or what you can afford. It can start off maybe at about $750, $789, and this payment would include your taxes and your insurance. So that would be the combined mortgage payment, up to $1,000, $1,100, depending on how much you can afford and what city you pick.
Okay, we have a question for you. Okay. Can we get outside financing for an affordable?
No, unfortunately, you're not able to. If you do select if maybe you like one of the houses that we have, you're not able to obtain financing on the outside. It would have to get financed through us. But we do have sister organizations that might be able to help you. I know our counseling department also has options that are available in case anyone's interested in a house that's not built by affordable homes.
So, can I purchase just the lot?
It's funny you ask. We are just launching a new program where you would be able to finance just the lot if you wanted to. For this one, we have two different subdivisions that are available. One of them is in the city of Mercedes. It's called Crown Haven Subdivision. It's a really nice, fairly new subdivision that just got developed. And then the other one is in the city of Rio Grande. And you'd be able to finance the lot if you want to start off with the small payments and then maybe gradually move up and get the house built there as well.
Okay, that's great.
Right.
What if you have your own property? I know we mentioned something about that.
Right.
But can you give us, I guess, a little bit more information?
Sure.
What's the process? I mean, do I still have to create the profile? Yes. What do I have to do?
Okay, so it's a little longer process only because, yes, you still have to create the profile. You would still have to go through the regular triaging and then get the pre-qualification. The only thing is that before you get to pick the material and so forth, then you would need to have somebody, our contractor would go out there and look at the subdivision, at the lot, and see what size of home we'd be able to build. So it would take a little bit longer. Keep in mind, again, the lot has to be paid for, and the taxes on the property have to be up to date, and it has to be under your name if you're the one who's applying for the mortgage loan.
So I have a question. I know we had the builder before. I think a lot of the customers ask, how long would it take to construct the house? I mean, I know the other builders said, I don't know, 4 to 6 months, or depending on the weather.
Right.
What about affordable
Okay,
homes?
so for construction itself, I want to say it's anywhere from 3 to 6 months. But the process itself, it can take anywhere from 6 to 9 months from when you get approved to when you close, depending on the program that you were deemed eligible for.
Okay. So if I want to apply, or my family, where can I go? Where, can you give us the address again, the web address and the phone number?
Okay, so the website is www.ah, as in house, sti.org. And you can visit one of our 2 locations. We have our office in McAllen at 500 South 15th Street in McAllen. And then we have our office in Westaco, 134 West 5th Street in Westaco.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Aide. Thank you for giving us this great information. The key word for this segment is Crown Haven. Send us an email to info@thehomebuyersfair.org with this word for the chance to win this win the gift card. So, ahorita regresamos en español. Gracias.
Wow, this is a lot of paperwork. You know, I know the census is important. I want to participate, but all these papers?
Don't get overwhelmed by the 2020 census forms. Respond online or even over the phone. It's easy. Starting March 12th, just visit my2020census.gov and enter your census ID on the letter mailed to you, or just call the number. Confirm your information and complete the census in one session, or you'll have to start over. It's that easy.
Contact us.
Can an elementary student or a construction worker in a small town shape the United States of America?
Yes! This 2020 census will determine funding for special education, teacher training, technology,
School lunch assistance, Head Start, and after-school programs.
Join us and be counted.
Because together we can shape our future.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestro 22 Home Buyers Fair. Estamos cumpliendo 22 años. Estén atentos al final de este segmento para ver cómo pueden participar para ganar una tarjeta de regalo. Mi nombre es Gloria Escamilla, soy la directora de asesoría con Affordable Homes de South Texas. Hoy estamos con Aide Castro, es directora del Departamento de Préstamos, y vamos a hablar sobre cómo comprar una casa con Affordable Homes. Hola Aide, ¿cómo estás?
Gloria. Bien, gracias.
Qué bueno. Lo primero que te quiero preguntar es, ¿me puedes dar un poquito de información de Affordable Homes?
Ok, nosotros tenemos un programa sin fines de lucro y el propósito de nuestra organización es ayudarle a personas a convertirse en dueños de su propia casa. Nosotros hacemos el préstamo para la casa, jugamos el papel del prestamista o el banco, y también construimos la casa, no tienes que ir a buscar contratista afuera. Nosotros te construimos la casa y luego después de que hagas el cierre, nuestra organización también le va a hacer servicio a tu préstamo. Y eso quiere decir que en vez de tener que mandar el pago por correo o electrónicamente, puedes venir en persona a hacer el pago y hacer cualquier pregunta que tengas a tocante tu pago mensual.
Perfecto, me gusta eso. Entonces, ¿me puedes dar un poquito de información tocante los requerimientos que necesita o que requiere Affordable Homes?
Ok, primeramente nosotros tenemos que estar de acuerdo con las reglas del Departamento de Desarrollo Urbano para los límites de ingreso. Nuestra organización sirve mayormente a las familias que sean 80% o menos de las reglas de HUD. Básicamente indica que tienes que ganar cierta cantidad no te puedes pasar de cierta cantidad para poder ser elegible. Tenemos otros programas que sí permiten que llegues hasta 120%. Eso quiere decir que puedes ganar un poco más para poder ser elegible. Otro requerimiento que tenemos es crédito. No nos basamos a la puntuación de tu crédito, sino que en tu habilidad de pagar tu deuda. El programa no toma en cuenta $3,000 de cuentas de colección y cuentas médicas no se cuentan para nada.
Entonces, si tengo un puntuaje de 400, 500, no hay problema.
Pues debes de venir de cualquier modo o llenar tu perfil para que alguien te lo pueda analizar y te pueda decir si acaso si eres elegible o no.
Me estás diciendo que tengo que hacer un perfil, pero si yo no tengo computadora, yo no sé cómo hacer eso, ¿qué es lo que puedo hacer? ¿Qué me recomiendas?
Que vengas a una de nuestras oficinas en persona para que uno de nuestros empleados te pueda asistir a llenar ese perfil.
Ok. Me estás diciendo que tú eres el prestamista aquí a Affordable Homes a construir la casa, aquí doy los pagos. ¿Y cuántos años es el préstamo? ¿Me podrías decir?
Sí, el préstamo que se hace es para 30 años con un interés fijo.
¿Qué quiere decir interés fijo?
No va a ajustarse tu interés. El interés que te den cuando vengas a verte con tu prestamista, así se va a quedar por los 30 años, no se va a cambiar.
Y el pago dices que incluye, bueno, si yo no quiero pagar las taxas a separado, a seguro.
Nuestro pago sí va a exigir que pagues tus taxas y tu aseguro junto con tu pago. El pago que te vayan a dar va a incluir las taxas y el aseguro.
Me dijiste que tienen subdivisions, ¿verdad? Dijiste que tenían subdivisions. ¿En qué áreas tienes las subdivisions? ¿En qué lugares?
Tenemos solares disponibles en la ciudad de Mercedes, en la ciudad de Westaco, en Dona, en FAR, en San Juan, en Álamo. Pronto tendremos más en McAllen y en Mission. Y además tenemos algunos solares en la ciudad de Río Grande.
Ok. Tenemos una pregunta. Dice, ¿tienen algún programa para familias que superen los límites de los ingresos? Estás hablando de HUD, ¿verdad? Que tienen un cierto límite.
Sí.
Que si gano más dinero de lo que dice en el website.
Ajá, pues si ganas más del 120%, quizás te puedas poner en contacto con el departamento de consejería. Ellos quizás tengan otras opciones que quizás te convengan también, si acaso te pasas de los límites del 120%. Y tomen en cuenta que van a ver cuántos familiares van a vivir en la casa y utilizar ese número para llegar a los límites.
Ok. Me dijiste, tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Cuándo va a estar disponible la subdivision, los solares en Misión?
Creo que los primeros del año que entra.
Ok.
¿Algo de edad? January.
Pues a lo mejor pueda.
Sí, pronto. Sí, lo que recomendamos es que se pongan en contacto con nosotros quizás mensualmente para ver cuándo vamos a empezar, porque la subdivisión aún está construyéndose. Estamos en ese paso a este momento.
¿Y los de McAllen también?
Los de McAllen es igual. Sí, creo que están a este momento haciendo la subdivisión, poniendo las calles para estar listos.
Ok. Y dijiste, let me see. Dijiste que se requería del depósito. ¿Cuánto dijiste se necesitaba?
Sí, para la mayor parte se requiere $3,000 de depósito y para eso sí esperamos que tengas ese dinero disponible cuando firmes el contrato y tenemos otro programa que permite que des el depósito de $1,500.
Ya, lo que te iba a preguntar, ¿cuándo necesito el depósito? Sí. Eso lo necesitas ya.
Si vas a hacer tu perfil, se recomienda que ya tengas el dinero, los $3,000 o los $1,500 para poder empezar, porque vas a necesitar ese dinero para poder escoger tu solar.
Si aplico ahorita, hago mi perfil y no tengo el depósito, entonces...
Te recomiendo que esperes hasta que no lo tengas ya disponible. Y no saques préstamo.
Es lo que te voy a decir, que si saco un préstamo...
No saques préstamo porque quizás te vaya a perjudicar para la calificación. Mejor empieza a ahorrarlo. Si es que no lo tengas ahorita, empieza a ahorrarlo para que lo puedas tener.
Ahorita me estás diciendo que si me afecta el préstamo y dices que no te vas por el puntuaje. ¿Qué si tengo dices de las colecciones? ¿Qué si tengo un carro que firmé para mi hijo y no se pagó? Eso me va a afectar.
Sí, puede ser que te afecte la calificación. Otra cosa es si acaso le sacaste el carro a tu hijo y tú no lo estés pagando, pero él esté pagando, el programa prestamista va a requerir que por lo menos tengas 12 meses de comprobante de que tú no estés pagando ese carro. So ya quizás sean estados de cuenta de banco de tu hijo que enseñen que ese pago se está sacando directamente de esa cuenta y no la tuya, para que ese pago no perjudique tu calificación.
Okay. Tenemos otra pregunta. Dice, ¿hay una página en donde pues puedo mirar las casas?
Sí, puedes visitar la página de web de Affordable Homes of South Texas y la dirección de página es www.ahomehouste.org.
¿Qué pasa si quiero dar más del depósito requerido?
Sí, es posible que lo des y quizás rebaje lo que vayas a pagar en tu mensualidad. So, si acaso tienes más para dar, sí se puede.
Ok. Bien nos dicho, están hablando de las casas, ¿verdad? ¿Me puedes dar más o menos un aproximado el pago? ¿En qué comienzan?
Ok, so todo depende en qué solar escojas y qué préstamo se te vaya a hacer. Pero el pago puede empezar aproximadamente 750, 780 de mensualidad y ese pago incluiría principal, interés, impuestos y seguro, hasta aproximadamente 1020, 1025. De vuelta, todo depende en qué subdivisión escojas y cuál es tu elegibilidad.
Ok. Tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Necesitamos tomar un curso de calificación?
Si calificas, sí. Muy buena pregunta. Sí, el programa sí va a exigir que tomes una clase para compradores de casa de primera vez y esa clase se ofrece en línea o en persona. Bueno, en persona creo que...
Y ahora por el COVID,
¿verdad?
no lo estamos ofreciendo,
Okay.
pero sí se hace online. Y hay diferentes para personas que no pueden o no sabemos usar la tecnología. A mí sí podemos, hay diferentes modos de hacerlo. So, siempre los vamos a estar ayudándoles cómo se pueden hacer.
Okay.
Yo sé que me dijiste que necesitaba el depósito luego. He oído que mis amigos o trabajadores que tienen otras clases de manejamiento, ¿qué me puedes decir de las clases que ofrece Affordable Homes?
¿De las clases?
De ahorrar dinero o algo.
Sí, ofrece una clase de Money Management o Financial Fitness y el propósito de esa clase es para ayudar a las familias a empezar primeramente un presupuesto para que ya puedan empezar a ahorrar. Mucha gente cree que es imposible o que no ganan lo suficiente para los ahorros, pero a través de estas clases quizás se den cuenta que ese no es el caso.
Entonces, si yo necesito ayuda para el crédito, para manejamiento de dinero, yo puedo hablar aquí a Affordable Homes.
Sí, es igual. También les recomendamos hagan un perfil, llamen para hacer una cita y véanse con el departamento de consejos para que puedan empezar.
¿Y me van a cobrar por la asesoría de crédito?
La asesoría es completamente gratis. Lo que sí se cobra es la clase para compradores de casa de primera vez, pero eso no sería hasta que ya fueron precalificados.
Ok. ¿Qué más me puedes decir de Affordable Homes? ¿Qué es lo que...?
Pues que Affordable Homes es un programa que está aquí para servir y si acaso algunas personas creen que es imposible o que no saben cómo empezar, la primera cosa que deben de hacer es comunicarse con nosotros, hacer una cita para verse con alguien. Otra cosa es que mucha gente piensa, pues pago la renta, puedo pagar una casa. Tomen en cuenta que no es lo mismo para nada. Un contrato de renta es de 6 meses a 12 meses. Este es un compromiso de 30 años. Así es de que el prestamista se va a fijar en varios aspectos antes de poder hacer el préstamo de hipoteca.
¿Me puedes decir algo? Oí, ¿verdad? Una persona me dijo que ahora tienen un programa nuevo de financiando los solares.
Así es. Empezamos un programa para financiamiento de solar nada más. Ponle que digas, no quiero tener un pago de casa todavía, quiero empezar con algo más chico. Puedes financiar el solar primero y tenemos 2 subdivisiones que tenemos una de ellas en la ciudad de Mercedes, está en Crown Haven, está en una localidad excelente en la ciudad de Mercedes porque está en el centro. Y ahí empezamos a construir casas distintas también. Es una área muy favorable.
Y ahí están las outlets.
Las outlets, sí. Ahí sí les gusta ir de compras después de que compren la casa, pueden comprar su casa ahí. Y además tenemos una otra subdivisión en la ciudad de Río Grande, que también son solares que están muy favorables. Están luego al entrar de Río Grande City, tienen mucha proximidad a otras áreas también. Y ahí puedes empezar con financiando nada más el solar, ya con un pago más reducido, ya con la intención de eventualmente construir su casa ahí. Pero van a empezar con un pago ya más chico.
Ok, wow, es bastante información. Yo sé que tenemos también parece que un poquito más de información tocante la asistencia de renta, ¿verdad? Ahora con el COVID. ¿Me puedes dar un poquito de información o...?
Sí, pues básicamente si acaso se encuentran que están rentando actualmente y necesitan asistencia para el pago de la renta, también tenemos un servicio que quizás los pueda asistir para hacer estos pagos. También deben de visitar nuestra página de web o comunicarse al 956-687-6263 y preguntar específicamente para el programa de asistencia para renta.
Ok. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Gracias, Aide. Por tanta buena información que nos diste. La palabra clave para este segmento es Rio Grande City. Envíe un correo electrónico a info@thehomebuyerfair.org. Con esa palabra puedes tener la oportunidad de ganarte una tarjeta de regalo. Thank you so much for joining us today. Tune in to Channel 5 for continued coverage of the Texas Homebuyer Program and credit. Thank you so much.